Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting for this evening. Starting with reading the open meeting law. Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person may make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived, by those present and are deemed acknowledged and permissible. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Ash. Councilor DeBona. Councilor Hubley. Councilor Jacobs. Councilor Mahoney. Councilor McKee. Councilor Ryan. Councilor Yuan. Chairman Riley.
Present.
Nine members, you have a quorum.
Thank you. This evening, we have before us order number 2026-076, order for Eastern Nazarene College land acquisition, and 2026-077, the appropriation for $22,500,000 for that land acquisition. This body met last Thursday, June 11th, for a robust deliberation on the acquisition, financial considerations, benefits, and concerns of purchasing the ENC site by the city. We shared information on the site visit, a meeting with the ENC board members, and the appraisal ordered but not made publicly available. At this time, I'm not sure if there's further did we lose that? Further deliberation? It's good? Oh, good. Further deliberation from the body, but I would like to give Mr. Walker an opportunity to open it up with some comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you, councilors. Before you tonight, you do have some ancillary informational material that came through some of the questions from the first meeting. We delivered that last week. There's a couple of charts, and there's a pretty lengthy question and answer document that this body has as well. Tonight, we have the full team here with us to answer any further questions the body may have. Commissioner Murphy, Joe Shea from Granite City Partners, Paul Delabarba, Municipal Finance Director. The team from Eastern Nazarene College is also with us tonight. We have Attorney Frank Marinelli, Attorney Bob Bowser, Colleen Durr, the past president of Eastern Nazarene, and Diane McDermott, an attorney as well. Just briefly on where I think and where we think that we are right now and how we got here. It's my belief, it's the administration's belief, it's the mayor's belief that this has been a thorough, robust, and collaborative process. This body made it clear that it wanted the administration to listen, and we believe we did. This body made it clear that it wanted to limit the financial impacts of this potential purchase of this opportunity that is before us, and the administration has done that. What's before this body is a plan that shows no long-term debt ultimately being taken on by the city as part of the overall spending plan. This council made it clear that it wanted the administration to consider selling some of the properties that it owns to help facilitate the purchase. We've done that. We've shown a couple of examples. Those can change as we go forward, but we've done that. We've listened to what you've had to say. We've listened thoughtfully, and in the spirit of collaboration, we have included a number of divestiture properties as potential aspects to this plan. Council made it clear that it wanted a continuing oversight role for this body and for the community in general. The plan before you has multiple avenues in which this council must be involved. We must work together to make this go forward in the coming months and year. The administration is also committed to regular community meetings, hearing from the neighborhood and the city at large as the plan moves forward. That was the seed that was planted in the very successful, really wonderful community meeting workshop session we had back in March. And many of those ideas are included in this plan. This council asked the administration to listen to the community members and what they wanted to see for uses at this facility, and we have done that. From the potential of a library wall from Wollaston Library branch to uses of the gymnasium for our young people and potentially Quincy College, from help for our seniors, but potentially putting in some senior services there from the Council on Aging, potentially senior housing, all of these things, environmental protection, protecting the Arboretum, all of these things, uses for our nonprofits in a rental capacity. We've heard from a number of those groups that want to be a part of this really exciting opportunity and really special place. As I said, This is about opportunity. A number of members of this body have mentioned the risk involved, and of course there is risk. There's always risk in anything that's worth doing, anything that requires bold vision, anything that requires this scope of planning, there's going to be some risk. But conversely, if we do not take this opportunity, the risk is still there. Sure, things may work out fine, and we can let the process take its place, and whatever may happen, and there's still controls that the city has. That's not in dispute. But what we lose when we don't take on this risk is the opportunity. We've given up the opportunity to do some very special things at a special place. We're here to answer any questions this body has, and I respectfully ask for a positive recommendation from this committee this evening on both the acquisition and the appropriation order. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Okay, anyone want to go first? Councilor Mahoney.
Thank you. And thank you to Mr. Walker as well. So before I start tonight, I just want to mention something because we did ask the administration for other parcels to be sold. And after the weekend, I was away for the weekend, and I did see in the paper that it said that the Monroe building couldn't be sold because it would be clawed back. But I did ask a question today of the Finance Department. The ARPA report identifies the Monroe building as an ARPA-funded tourism recovery project. Can the administration please provide the specific federal statute that Treasury rule, grant, condition, legal opinion, or recorded restrictions that support the statement that this building could not revert to federal ownership or if sold? But the reason why I'm asking that is simply because when I was asking for this, I was really asking for something that was of value that would not take away from the downtown, could benefit another place, development should happen, less about the building, but more about that fact. And it is about transparency. And when it was said that we can't do it, I think if we wanted to, we could do anything here in the city of Quincy, and that has been proven over the years and years that we've been working together. So I did some research today, and I do appreciate Mr. Del Barber getting back in touch with me. He was also away for a wedding, and I know he had a great time too. So both of us were coming off of a weekend of fun family. But at the end of the day, I still don't have that information. But to move on, you know, tonight has been framed, and everybody from emails from a lot of people, we also have a lot of emails from people saying that they're concerned about debt, but has been framed basically from this administration as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if you can afford it, though. And that's where I get concerned in Quincy. This is not about ENC. This is about debt. This is about transparency, and this is about fiscal stewardship. When I ran for office, the city's debt was discussed at approximately $1.6 billion. Later, when we asked for a debt presentation, what we found out was that we had $508 million in short-term bans, which bring our total up to $1.8 billion. However, I've been looking at a lot of other things online while I'm waiting for diff information or other information, and I came across a report that was online, dated June 30th, 2025, from Hilltop. At that time, that report says that the city had approximately $1.36 billion in long-term debt. Remind you, this is 2 years ago, or a year ago. Approximately $708 million in authorized but unissued debt. Well, we found out in the last year that they issued $508 million of it. So there leaves you another $200 million that is authorized but hasn't been spent yet. That is some of the questions that we have been asking to this administration. Councilor Yuen asked for a 2-year capital. We did get something on Friday, but it still doesn't even explain that $200 million worth of debt that we have approved, the council prior to me approved. And it wasn't disclosed in our debt. What we were told when we had the debt presentation is that the city of Quincy has flexibility in debt. Well, we all should have that kind of flexibility, but we don't, because the flexibility is every tax-paying resident and commercial tax base in the city. So if we get in trouble, we can come back and ask you all for the money. Moving on, you know, what are the answers that we deserve? Why wasn't that full debt picture presented to the council? Why wasn't the $208.6 million that brings us up to $2 billion disclosed? Why were councilors discussing debt figures significantly lower than what appeared in the city's own financial disclosures in their own reports from Hilltop Securities? Hilltop was here and they did not disclose it either. Why did councilors have to discover this information through consultants' reports and public disclosures? We shouldn't have to dig for this information. We should not have to become forensic accountants to understand the city's financial condition. We should not have to dig through consultant reports, bond statements, debt schedules, public filings, and to understand the city's debt position. The administration should have provided complete pictures from beginning to end. Councilors repeatedly requested a comprehensive debt review, a multi-year capital plan. Much of that information was not provided. Some was provided just days ago, yet still the $200 million that has been secured through the appropriation of a city council was not disclosed. Downgrades also matter. I want people to understand that we have been downgraded, not once, but by two credit agencies, S&P and Moody's, and they're saying they're going to downgrade us again. What that means to all of you, it's going to get more expensive. These downgrades should have resulted in more transparency, not less. Those downgrades should have prompted more scrutiny, not less. Before asking for additional debt, taxpayers deserve a complete understanding of the city's financial position. The city has more than $200 million in authorized debt that hasn't been issued yet. Can any of that borrowing be delayed, reduced, or rescinded? Which projects remain priorities for our city? Which projects are still expected to move forward in our city? Who is monitoring the city's debt exposure? Who is ensuring that the future borrowing remains affordable? Who is protecting the taxpayers taking on more obligations than the city can realistically support? This is not just a $22.5 million vote. Once the city purchases this property, taxpayers become responsible for it. If grants do not materialize, taxpayers pay. If projected property sales do not occur, taxpayers pay. If development plans change, taxpayers pay. If maintenance costs increase, taxpayers pay. If operating costs exceed projections, taxpayers pay. We are not asking to acquire the property first. We are being asked to acquire the property first and answer many of these financial questions later. That's what this council is being asked to do. Ownership comes with obligations. We all know that. I know many of you own homes. Future requests for funding will inevitably come back to the city council. We just heard Mr. Walker say that. But once the city owns the property, there is pressure to continue spending because millions have already been invested. We have seen this before. We have seen major property acquisitions and redevelopment proposals before. The former Quincy Medical Center Hospital Hill property was presented as an important redevelopment opportunity. In 2014, in the Patriot Ledger, it was described as being the size was going to be limited, and it was going to be in working with the neighborhood. Same thing. This is an ENC. We're going to purchase it, working with the neighborhood. We will get a developer to develop it's a very similar story. Develop senior housing. It's going to be a great thing. But in the end, the developer who went in there, who said they were going to do senior housing, and they didn't. And that neighborhood was left out in the dark by themselves. Yes, there was a reverter on that property. Once the reverter came off the property, Fox Rock was allowed to develop. But the promise of what they said, that the council was promising that neighborhood, was not executed. And neighbors after neighbors came up to this city council begging for us to do something, and we couldn't do it because they gave up the PUD and they gave all the authority over to the planning board, and the administration that said that it wouldn't happen, it did happen, and 495 units went up there. Years later, many of the same questions remain regarding long-term development, approvals, community impact, and future use. That's the questions we've been asking while we sit here. The lessons is not that redevelopment is impossible. The lessons is that acquiring property and successfully developing property are two very different things. Property acquisitions is often the easiest vote. It's so easy to sit up here and just say, what comes after the hard part. That comes to the hard part. The planning, the financing, the maintenance, the infrastructure, the redevelopment, the ongoing taxpayer commitments. My responsibility is not to vote based on pressure. My responsibility is not to vote based on fear that the opportunity may disappear. My responsibility is to protect the taxpayers, and my responsibility is to understand that risks before approving additional debt. My responsibility is to exercise fiscal stewardship on behalf of every Quincy resident. So, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity if we can afford it. This is not about E&C. This is about debt. This is about transparency. This is about fiscal stewardship. Taxpayers deserve answers. Taxpayers deserve transparency. Taxpayers deserve accountability. Taxpayers deserve responsible stewardship of their tax dollars. We have had to dig to find things, and just this weekend, on my way to a wedding in New Hampshire, before I lost my capability of having Wi-Fi, which was probably for the best, was when I came across the Hilltop Securities June 30th, 2025 report, and was reading it. As many people would say, I really like to read. I do like to read. I just don't read novels. I like to read debt service stuff. So I guess what I found out, I was surprised about. But more often than that, I was disheartened, hurt, and felt we've asked, we've given every opportunity. And people stood at that podium, and people sit in this well, and we didn't know that we're $2 billion in debt, not 1.8. And even when we were 1.8, they were saying we weren't 1.8. And even if we take away the pension obligation bond, we are still one of the highest to revenue, highest in the state, every city and every town. That says something about Quincy. $2 billion for 103. I thought the other night it was 17.5. Now we're at $20,000 per person in the city of Quincy, 103,000. That is something to really take a moment and take a breath about. So I just wanted to let you know where I came from, how I'm coming to this decision, and why it's very hard. Because the easy thing would be to say yes, but the hard thing is that we have to actually be prepared for what's going to happen next. This debt is cutting into your budget, your services, the very thing people have come up here and said, don't cut our services. It's already happening. It's eating into the operation budget. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mahoney. Anyone else like to speak? Councillor McKee.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to participate in our democracy. When we show up, listen to each other, and respectfully discuss the issues before us, we honor and strengthen that democracy, which is now celebrating its 250th year. With all of the divisiveness in the world, I hope we can work together to ensure that this beautiful civics experiment survives for another 250. I'm committed to doing my part, so let me outline my thinking about the proposal before us. On the face of it, the city buying this property seems like a no-brainer. The $21 million price seems like a steal for 27 acres. The city would control what happens on the land, and residents would get to enjoy new community spaces. But as with any deal, the devil is in the details, and this council's job is to delve into those details on behalf of the residents we represent. In fact, land and loan deals are so consequential that they can only move forward with support from 2/3 of the council. That is a high bar, and for good reason. Land and loan deals can impact the city for generations, and taking the time to scrutinize the implications, both good and bad, before committing one way or the other is just good governance. So, how should the council go about that scrutiny? The administration's E&C information packet provides a helpful guide. The packet includes a draft request for proposals for its 55+ residential development, which covers most of the central campus, at least. In this draft RFP, the administration outlines the requirements for anyone bidding to buy or potentially lease that land. Then it describes the scoring system it will use to evaluate those bids. That is a very useful framework. It provides a way for the administration to choose between different proposals that each might sound good individually. It takes into account each bidder's track record with similar projects, design plans, and financial wherewithal, and provides a transparent scoring system that applies equally to every bidder. That seemed like an excellent way for me to evaluate the administration's own proposal to buy ENC. So, substituting the council as the evaluator and the administration as the bidder, and expanding the RFP to include the whole ENC property, the RFP requirements include developer qualifications and experience, development concept, financial proposal, and project economics. Under development qualifications, the RFP is looking for a, quote, description of at least 3 similar development projects completed or underway within the last 10 years, particularly projects on institutional or campus sites, projects of comparable scale and complexity, and references for each example project. This is exactly why I submitted an order earlier this spring to receive a spreadsheet of all property transactions made by the city since 2010. The administration provided that spreadsheet 4 weeks after it was due, and without all of the information I had asked for, but it did include a list of more than 70 properties the city had bought and 18 that it had sold. Based on that information, council questioning, and press reports, the city's transactions include transferring 86 Parking Way in Quincy Center to development company Foxrock, co-founded by billionaire Rob Hale, for what amounts to $50,000, buying the Monroe Building in 2021 with $15 million in COVID funds, after the council and office at the time indicated that it would not approve the purchase with city funds. At a recent council hearing about the city's management of the Monroe Building, I reported that only one tenant is paying what appears to be the going local rate for office space. Most of the building's units collect no rent or sit empty, and no effort has been made to address that by either the administration or the company the city pays $60,000 annually to manage the building, the same company that is consulting on the ENC sale. Buying multiple properties that have been used for purposes other than their originally stated intent or have sat unused for years. This track record leaves a lot to be desired. Some residents have suggested that a public-private partnership could be created to provide stricter oversight of the property if the city purchased it. But one example of this in Quincy, the Granite Links Golf Club, raises questions about whether this would actually help. For example, this council recently requested an audit of the terms of the lease between the club and the city, which owns the land, and discovered that the city had overdrawn an account it had set aside to provide oversight of the course. Instead, it uses money in the account to pay the salary of an employee whose work is unrelated to the golf course. 2, development concept. Under development concept, the RFP is looking for details of the proposed development, including total number of units, unit mix and average sizes, and building footprints and height. These details have not been provided to the council, but the administration's provided materials suggest some work has been done on them. For example, just this morning, I noticed in the header of a spreadsheet in what appears to be size 2 font that the city's mid-size scenario for 215 units of senior housing puts 60 of those units in the athletic field. It concerns me that neither the council nor the public has seen the full extent of the administration's concept plans for the property. 3, financial proposal. Under financial proposal and project economics, the RFP is looking for 1, projected operating income, expenses, and key assumptions, and 2, evidence of the developer's financial capacity. The administration estimates it will cost $1.5 million to carry out its plans over the next 2 years, and last week it provided more information about those costs in response to my questions. What I've seen so far suggests the administration's cost estimates are unrealistically low. For example, the administration says it will list a dozen individual houses as is for their appraised value, budgeting an average of just $6,250 per house to improve their curb appeal. But its appraiser did not go inside all of the houses, so the amount of work needed is unclear. And if some of the houses need significant repairs or renovations, that might rule them out as options for first-time homebuyer programs. The administration has budgeted $40,000 per month to run the campus for 2 years, but the data it provided on ENC's costs show the college paid nearly twice that amount, $71,000 every month. The city justifies the lower estimate because it says its employees can handle a lot of the work, it can waive its own fees for inspections, and its electricity rate is lower. But having city employees do the work is not free. It means there will be more overtime or additional hires since city employees are presumably already operating at capacity with their existing workloads. The administration lists the cost of moving the Wollaston Library to ENC simply as minimal, saying the branch's 350,000 books could be moved by current city employees. Again, this would likely require overtime at the very least, along with the use or rental of moving trucks. Similarly, the administration does not list the cost of the mosquito control or water testing it plans in ENC's marshes. The administration plans to spend a total of $340,000 on construction consultants, master planning of the main campus, civil engineering to subdivide the main campus and residential lots, and renovate 2 multi-unit houses into condos. But that figure may be, as S&P noted of the city's budget expectations, a bit optimistic, given that the city has already spent an estimated $50,000 to $100,000 on the proposed purchase, including on the appraisal and consultant fees. 2, as for evidence of the city's financial capacity, I have pored over the city's draft 2025 audit, credit ratings from S&P and Moody's, data from the state's revenue department, and the proposed 2027 fiscal budget, and what I have learned has left me very concerned. The city's debt stands at $1.8 billion, maybe $2 billion now, more than any other city in Massachusetts when adjusted for revenues. In the last year or so, high debt and low rainy day reserves have caused both S&P and Moody's to downgrade the city's credit rating and label its outlook negative. Both ratings agencies suggest the city will need to raise taxes and boost rainy day funds to avoid further downgrades. As Moody's analyst Nicholas Lehman told Bloomberg News, Quincy should monitor its capital debt issuance pretty carefully. According to the RFP, these 3 evaluation criteria, developer experience, development concept, and financial proposal, account for 70% of the points on which the RFP is to be evaluated. Under that rubric, my evaluation of the proposal falls short of a passing grade, and as it stands now, I will be voting no on the purchase. I do, however, believe the council and the administration can still exert control over the property through zoning changes, and I hope to work with the administration on setting those up. Much of the property is in the floodplain, which severely limits what can happen there thanks to the floodplain zoning overlay. The council could work to create open space, housing, or planned unit development, PUD, overlays to add additional guardrails. I know the uncertainty of what could happen at the campus if the city doesn't own it can be scary. But residents have long loved the campus, even though the city has not owned it, and I am committed to working together to ensure that it remains a beautiful neighborhood space.
Thank you, Councilor McKee. Enough. Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for everyone coming out tonight. I've fielded a ton of emails, text messages, Facebook direct messaging DMs. In the Flag Day Parade, people were talking about how important it is. This has been on everybody's mind for the last, I guess, it was coming. It was definitely coming for a while now. Just to elaborate a little bit of recapping on the other meetings that we've had previously in front of us. First one starting in March at the Central Middle School, where we had a lot of input from the residents. Over 400 plus people attended, and it kind of gave us kind of a blueprint of what the the residents wanted, particularly the abutters, a lot of the buildings sitting on that property had a lot of pluses to it. And I'll get into them in a minute. Also, over the course of the last meeting, I was able to reach out to the last Ward 5 counselors, Dan Mitten, Chuck Phelan, Kirsten Hughes, Doug Guttrow, and Steve Durkin. For the last 40 years, they represented Ward 5, and I wanted to get their input. And all 5 of them were on board with this acquisition that's presented in front of us. To take it a step further, school committee person Joanne Bragg, a former school committee for the last 16 years, reached out to me, and I actually gave her a call, and she was on board with a lot of the same things that were coming from the 400 people that attended the Central Middle School. She abuts that property. She's been living there for many, many years. Over the last weekend, I've gotten Barbara Isola has reached out to me, which abuts this property as well. And she was on board with it. And then just today, Emily Lebo has reached out to me. So we have 8 former elected officials that have reached out to me personally, and the other ones I've called, stating that they were for this E&Z acquisition. Now, for some people, that may not make a difference for other counselors, but to me it does. I served with 4 of them out of those 8, and I was always going to get their suggestions, their comments, their advice on any of these issues that are going on in front of us. And a lot of them still live in that particular area and abut this property. For me, it's always about the abutters first. They're the first persons in this particular acquisition, the abutters that abut this property with the major wetlands and some flooding issues that have in that particular property. Secondly, we talked about taxpayers. This goes beyond taxpayers. What about everybody under the age of 18 that can't vote or don't own a property? I feel that it's a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility for myself, for the children in the city. A lot of the Performing Arts Center, the Cove, a lot of the ball fields in there, the library could be used, all the after-school stuff that could be used on that particular site. I've got to think beyond the taxpayers. I got to protect all 103,000 people that live in this particular city. This not only affects Ward 5, this affects the entire city. I want to thank the administration. Yep. I want to thank the administration for coming forward with this 2-year capital plan. I've been on the council for the last 10 and a half years. We've had a plan in place previously, 2016, 2017, and then we hit COVID in 2020, and it changed a lot of things. We had to reroute a lot of the financials in the city. We did a great job. We kept on constructing in the downtown. We moved the city forward. A lot of towns and cities stopped construction, and they're way behind. So we have a 2-year plan in front of us, okay? And I think everybody, all the councils have received this since Friday. So I thank you. A lot of it in here is seawall repairs, and a lot of it has to do with the schools. The Delachiesa Childhood Center, Snug Harbor Elementary School, MSBA, roofs, doors, and windows replacements, a little bit of public works, vehicle replacements, park improvement plans, and a lot of these are grant funded where they come back from the MSBA program from the state where we get a lot of reimbursements. I consider them all needs. We talk about wants and needs. This is a need. So we come down to this transaction or this acquisition, and here we are tonight at the deadline. And for me, it comes down to one thing. It's assessed at $58 million, and they're going to sell it for $21 million plus the contingency of $22.5 million. It's less than half of what it's assessed for. So financially, this is a good decision for the city. It's a great deal for the city. And with that, I'd like to make the appropriation for $22.5 million for the Eastern Nazarene College acquisition. I make that in a form of motion.
Okay. We have a motion for the appropriation, but I would like to give anyone else a chance to speak. Councilor Yuan.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a follow-up Councilor DeBona's talking about the 2 years capital improvement plan. Who proposed that to require the administration to provide 2 years capital improvement plan? Several councilors and I introduced this ordinance and been called propaganda by Councilor DeBona. Everyone can watch the QATV record. If this is propaganda, why you are naming all those projects? The sole purpose of this order is to give residents and the city council a full picture of these 2 fiscal years, which major projects need bonding, and how many bonds still waiting down the road for the residents. Without the full picture, just come through those projects one by one, we can't blindly move forward just on one project and without knowing the full picture of 2 fiscal year capital plan. The good practice of other cities all have a 5 years capital improvement plan. I just ask this modest 2 years fiscal year capital plan. I asked for a month. They refused to give. Only the Friday, 48 hours ago, they provided a draft of this plan, and the residents still haven't a chance to see it. Let me read about it. The seawall repairs listed previous phase 70,550,000. And the second phase, the current proposal, according to city's document, is 18 to 19 million. Total funds in hand for this phase, 7,541,000. And the pending grant, 3 million. So add together, you have around 10,541,000. Minus this from the 90 million, city still need issue bond 8 million for 458,000. Second, Delakiza Early Learning Childhood Center, 3.5 to 5 million. I will add all those numbers together. The third one, Snag Harbor Elemental School transformation, 10,367,000. And the city is estimated city funding need 5,367,000 for issue bond. The fourth, MSBA supported roofs, doors, and windows, 2 to 4 million. 60% reimbursement from the state. City have to pay estimated 1.5 million. Fifth, police vehicle replacement, 300,000 per year. Public works vehicle replacement, another 300,000 per year. Capital contingency fund, 4,100 per year. Add these 3 items, another 1 million. And park improvement project, 2.5 million. Add all those together. I added conservatively, it's 23 million waiting down the road. And still, I have a question with Mr. Walker. So city has talking about building a performance center, tear down the Monroe building. Monroe building was purchased by $15 million in 2021. Just after 5 years, they're going plan to tear it down to borrow more money to build a performance center. I would like to ask, is this also on the list of 2 fiscal years plan? Mr. Walker, Chief of Staff.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman. No, it's not. It is too early in the planning and design phase and the fundraising phase to incorporate any sort of potential borrowing for that project. We need to get to a place where the project is feasible. If it's feasible, there'll be discussions about private financing. There's a lot of moving parts to that, Counselor. And at this point in time, certainly not prepared to put a number attached to any borrowing. I will say, when we talk about borrowing overall, and whatever the numbers are, what book says what, and what presentation says something, the public should be aware that a great deal of what we borrow is offset by other revenue sources. The school funding, a large portion of our borrowing that we do, the school projects we do, the Squantum Elementary School, Central Middle School, all of those school projects, the accelerated repair projects, all of those have at least 50% reimbursed from the state. Now, the debt shows the full amount. So that gets added all together. We have other outside funding sources. The downtown, several $100 million, all of that paid for by revenue created by the development downtown. The whole,
Yuan,
the-
has your
Yeah,
question been answered?
Yeah, my question, you already answered. My next question is, the building which is currently hosting Step 1 Early Intervention Center is going to be demolished, and on its side, a new building will be built to give to the Massachusetts Native tribe as a culture center. Is that true? Is this also on the 2 fiscal year capital plan?
through you, Madam Chairwoman, I don't know why, well, that's not included in any capital plan.
Is this in this 2 fiscal year plan?
It is not.
Okay, thank you. So, we just heard the city of Quincy, city of presidents, have reached $2 billion debt. And we just know that. And in April, when City Council asked the finance expert, Director of Finance Department, to come to give a presentation of the debt, we were surprised to know
Could you take your conversations outside, please?
just in less than 6 months, $1.6 billion jumped to $1.8 billion. I was surprised. I asked how did that happen? And one expert gave the explanation, say that's because there are some authorized but unissued bonds. But why nobody from the city administration tell if you add all authorized but unissued bond together, you already reached $2 billion. Where is the transparency? The resident, city council, don't know that. We dig out this information by ourselves. You talk about the transparency. $1.6 billion to $1.8 billion to $2 billion. This is not some small things you hide it. I don't understand why this information not provided to the city council. That's an important information. $2 billion from 1.8 jump to $2 billion debt. Even you take off pension obligation bond, $475 million, city still owe $1.525 billion debt. Quincy still #1 highest debt per capita among all the city towns in Massachusetts, almost double the second place. Just imagine that. And now you want to issue more bond to buy something nice to have, but not a must to have. How can you say this to the taxpayers?
This isn't a dialogue.
This project, the taxpayers is across the whole city, is not just in one ward, one precinct. We have to listen people's opinion across the whole city. I'm councilor at large. I need to listen to people from the whole city. And second, In April, I asked mayor's representative, Mr. Walker, is the city going to make some change of this spending trajectory? Because the people have made their voice loud and clear through last November's election. They want to change. They couldn't afford more debt. The property tax keep increase. Use Councillor DeBona's word, the whole city flipped. 7 of 9 councillors are new councillors. That has never happened in Quincy's voting history. This should give the administration a warning, alarm, what's going on. And instead of administration come to the city council, work with the city councilors and the resident to discuss what has gone wrong, why people so upset, why they come out, vote out all those mayors yes men, and what can we do to fix, to correct this problem. And I asked Mr. Walker, is city going to plan do some change according to this? And he said, no, city are not going to do some change, make some change. So if the administration refuse to honor the overwhelming demand for change from people across the city, how can you ask people have a faith in you just to believe whatever plan you present? Okay, I just stopped here. I have more things to say, but I temporarily stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Yuen. Anyone on this side looking to speak or make a statement? You're all set? Anyone else? Councilor Ryan?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming here tonight. I just want to share a few questions that some of the residents in Ward 4 have sent to me as part of the projected purchase of ENC. This project is vast, and it's fine to acknowledge that it will be a cost to the city. Cities make policy decisions that don't break even all the time when the public benefit justifies the cost. But it doesn't account for any of the underlying work that needs to be done. There is nothing wrong with the city pursuing this acquisition, even if it doesn't break even. What is not acceptable is presenting projected revenue against purchase cost and saying, the math works, why are you even questioning this? This is our job. Our job is to question whether or not this purchase is fiscally responsible. We have questions on the sale of the 14 dwellings, which requires subdivisions, condo conversions, and unspecified disposition of the two-family properties. Not a question, just pointing out that over half of these aren't turnkey ready for sale. The sale of Messina lot, which was supposed to net us $4.2 million, as I understand, Mr. Walker, has been taken off of the list of saleable properties.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, based upon deliberation of this body, we had sent over a few examples. That was initially one of them. Based on feedback from this body, we removed that as an example. So yes, and I believe that number is closer to the $6.87 million range for the value of that property.
Is that part of the DIF funding?
It would be, as discussed, yes, Counselor, that can be used to offset the debt service in the DIF.
Now, does the DIF, if there's a DIF loan on it, does the DIF loan also have to be conveyed to the purchaser?
I'm not sure I follow that, I'm sorry.
So if there's a DIF loan on top of the base, does it have to be conveyed to the purchaser? And maybe I'm not asking the question correctly.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
I think we're saying the same thing, Counsel, that the sale of that property would go against the debt of that property.
Okay.
The purchase. That, yeah.
Okay, so though you say it's a net 6.8, it probably would be a little lower?
Yeah.
Point of information, so
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Go ahead.
Point of information, so that property was actually bought at about 6.8, and with the debt on it right now, it's probably higher than 7. So if we did sell it, and this is what was brought up in the meeting, that we would be selling a property and paying off the diff and having a net of 0, looking like we were selling a property to put towards the value of ENC. And the diff, which we talked about earlier, Mr. Walker brought up, we still don't have the mathematics behind the diff, and we are commingling that, which also tells everybody that the debt that we're pursuing is actually the general fund. That's where it's going into, is the general fund. So the very thing that's not supposed to cost us anything hasn't been proven by this administration, but has been told to us that it's commingled in the debt. So yes, we would have to pay off that loan, Councilor Ryan, and yes, we would not net much from that sale. But most importantly that I want people to remember is the sale of any of the properties in the downtown, that was the strategy of the diff. We purchased these properties with strategies to build downtown. A $300 million proposal came before this body and said that they were going to be investing in the downtown. And one of it was going to be a performance arts center in the downtown. Since then, that developer has not developed anything. It's supposed to start in 2023. But as we all know, we only hear press releases about what's good. But when something doesn't happen, we don't hear about it. And now we have redirected the performance center from downtown to the Monroe Building. And that's where we stand.
Through you, Madam Chairman, the proposal for the Performing Arts Center was never actually proposed. There was a conceptual to use a piece of property, the Messina lot, for that. The ultimate transaction that took place for the property in that area of the downtown is now producing several hundred housing units, Trader Joe's, two parking garages. What I'm saying, Counselor, is that there was never actually a proposal before this body to dispose of the Messina lot to make way for a Performing Arts Center. Yes, there was a concept, but we never put in a land disposition agreement for the Messina lot. The ultimate land disposition agreement for that area is the project that everyone can see going on right now, the really 4 separate projects: housing, retail, Trader Joe's, Beth Israel, 2 parking garages. That's where our money is invested right now.
Councilor Ryan, are you done, or do you have more questions?
No, through you, Chairwoman, yes. So all of these questions lead me to remember what happened at Hospital Hill. I was there at all of those meetings when we were concerned about losing the hospital, about what would be put in place of the hospital. We asked questions about 55 plus. We asked questions about veterans, housing. We did not get any answers, and what we got was Ashlar Park. This is a very, very steep purchase with a lot of unknowns, and we need to know a truthful answer with these unknowns, and we're not getting them. Thank you.
Councilor Hughley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So I had a little bit of concern in our previous deliberations on this matter, where people were looking for specific properties that we could get, that the city could sell in order to offset the cost of this purchase so that we don't have to bond more. And the reason why I have a little bit of a concern about that is I think when you start to project, if we were to put out a list of properties with a timeline tied to it, what we're essentially doing is giving the potential purchasers of those properties serious leverage, right? So, think about it this way. It's a bit like walking into an auto dealership, walking up to a group of salespeople in the auto dealership and saying, I'm leaving here in 30 minutes. I'm not leaving without buying a car. Let's negotiate. All right? So I don't like the idea of tying any particular properties. I'm not, if the administration is willing to commit to divesting a set of properties to be determined which are best marketable, I want us to get the full value. I want us to get as much money as we can for the properties, which doesn't happen when you have time constraints and you've basically, because developers watch TV too, and they read the ledger too. And so I had a lot of concern about the push to identify specific properties that we were going to put out there. Now, just a few remarks on the overall deal. I want to share sort of how my thinking has gone, and I shared a little bit in our previous deliberations. And so I spent a lot of time looking at this opportunity, and about 10 years ago in a previous career, I also looked a lot at ENC. And so I've walked all the halls, I think, of all the buildings, been in a lot of the classrooms, been in the dorms, been in the offices, been in the attics, been in the basements. And I know that ENC has always been a great neighbor, and in that process, I discovered that they were also very good stewards of their property. So I had a lot of comfort in that the previous experience I had with all of their properties, that they were of decent value and decent shape. So I weighed that into my equation. This potential purchase represents a ton of value, and some of it you can put a price on, and some of it you can't. And so some of the things you can put a price on, you know, what would it cost to bring in to have a new library facility, and also much needed educational and child care services. This is something that the state is pushing down, and cities and towns are going to have to react to it. And it's going to cost us money. Make no mistake. And a lot of the things in this capital improvement plan are to respond to that, as been voted on by the school committee. So we're going to need to respond to these. And that facility could be one part of the equation of meeting the need that the state is pushing down. There's also a theater facility for performing arts. I realize the projector might have been sold, but there's a good chance it had an RGB connection, so wasn't going to be able to use anyway. So outfitting a new theater with the audiovisual equipment is a very small number, relatively speaking. There's an athletic facility and a field for our students. One of the things that I really haven't heard too many people talk about, which was really what caught my eye, and maybe that's because I get excited about boring infrastructure stuff, was the opportunity for stormwater mitigation for this neighborhood. And I've been going through the list of city-owned properties in that area, and I'm unsure how we could accomplish what we could accomplish with this any other way. And the folks on Sims Road, and I know it's not my ward, but I still think about them, of course, because I have to think about everyone in the city. On Sims Road and the surrounding neighborhoods, I don't know other options we have down the road for mitigating the storm water down there. There's also neighborhood parking that can be factored in, and I am hearing a lot about parking as a ward councilor. There are some other things that you can't really put a price on. The beautiful arboretum and the trees across the campus, I would hate to see what could happen with those. There's the preservation of important marshland, which is an important part of our ecosystem and stormwater mitigation plan. Giving 55-plus residents an option to stay in the city is pretty important. Giving young families an opportunity to get in through a first-time home buyers in a beautiful neighborhood. It's a gorgeous neighborhood down there. It's absolutely beautiful. I like the idea of having greater control over what happens in that neighborhood. I would like to see an option where there's a partnership with the council and administration to exercise greater control over what happens there when we do sell off the land, because if we can exercise much more control if we are the ones selling it. I've also been surprised at suddenly how people have so much faith in developers and zoning rules. I can tell you, nobody that I talk to in Ward 3 is going to believe that that's just going to kind of take care of it. So whatever happens here, we need to do something, an extra measure. And I feel like we would have control if we were selling the property. Now, the primary thing that gave me pause, and so that was an awfully optimistic assessment. The primary thing that gave me pause was the lack of visibility into a 2-year projection of capital expenditures. And I appreciate Council Yuen's order requesting that information. And quite frankly, I was a little disappointed, very disappointed, that we didn't have it immediately. That, for me, was the last piece of the puzzle. Because, I mean, you all know this in your personal lives, and what I say is not going to come as a surprise, I think, to most people. So you have to look at, there's all kinds of things I'd love to do. All right, I'd love to redo my patio. I would love to be, I have a garage that's like really aging and needs some repairs. But I can't do it right now. I got to pause for a little while. I just had the house resided, and so I just need to think about, my debt services, my other things I'd like to do. And so I'm putting it off for a couple of years. And generally speaking, in my personal life, I think sort of 10 to 15 years. I just had to replace my heating system, which is why I can't do the garage over. So I'm pacing things out. I think 10 to 15 years with my house. During my time in one of my earlier careers in the broadband technology space, I was routinely responsible for capital budgets over hundreds of millions of dollars when we were building out new cable companies, adding new products, adding new infrastructure. Honestly, in hindsight, trusting the 35-year-old me with a couple $100 million in capital budget is a bit of a surprise, and I can't seem to get my head around that, but I actually did pretty well with it. All that said, though, I always had a 5-year plan, a 5-year rolling plan of products and capital expenditures and how those things lined up so that I knew what I could do. So that was my one pause going into this, well, my final pause, rather, going into this up until we received the information that we got just last week. So I appreciate Councilor Yuen pushing for that information. It would have been very difficult for me to even think about making this type of decision without that information and future decisions that we're going to be asked to make when we go into the next session. And as I said the other night, having some experience in real estate development, not here in Quincy, but elsewhere, I didn't have as much uncomfortable feelings about the conceptual plan that was put forth by the city. I thought it was very well thought out. And I do like the fact that they went through the effort to make this a situation where we weren't going to have to do any long-term borrowing. And so I have a real hard time thinking about leaving all that value on the table and being able to accomplish that without any long-term borrowing. And I don't know if any of my colleagues have other options that they're aware of where we can accomplish so much for the cost that this is being presented. So after reviewing the capital plan that the city put in front of us, I'm prepared to vote for this.
Are you all set? Councilor Ash, would you like to make a statement?
Thank you, Chairwoman Riley. First of all, I want to start by saying everyone's questions and comments and opinions are really beneficial. So the idea that, asking questions and trying to get information is not needed. I don't think that any of us would subscribe to that. So for everyone's, how we review things individually, we're all elected for a reason. So that is how we take on those duties, and then how we carry them out is individual to each of us. I think everyone's doing the best that they can. That being said, with respect to this plan, the value is there. I think it's simple. The value is there. I think that there is a good plan in place. I look forward to, having the council, having the future points, and having the administration come back to the council for approval of all of those items like long-term leases, the parameters to keep this on pace, and the council involvement. Of course, Councilor Hubley just mentioned the Arboretum and the trees. We also mentioned the step 1 early intervention, that there could be some potential there. But over and above the details of the actual plan, the community support for this has been overwhelming from individuals. And that is across the board, from ward residents, from residents at large in the city, from residents that, traditionally would not support an appropriation of this amount, or maybe pushed back on previous items. The community support over the last few weeks for this has genuinely been overwhelming. So all of that being said, I'm prepared to support this. But I do. I do also appreciate the concerns and the questions and certainly the discussions up to this point. Thank you.
Counselor Ash. Okay. Counselor Jacobs, are you all set? No, okay. I'm going to take some privilege, and then I think we can move this forward. So ENC announced their closure in July 2024, which was preceded by years of declining enrollment, mounting costs, and a sell-off of assets. The announcement should have come as no surprise to anyone paying attention. The city had more than a year to try to work a deal with the college and instead waited until a wealthy alumni struck a deal to purchase it and develop the site. The city describes the proposal, which was not widely shared, as dead on arrival. What discussions took place has not been shared. Whether the city and the developer could have found a workable middle ground will never be known. Instead, the city brokered their own deal to purchase the assets for $21.5 million after the contents of the building had been sold off, including the Cove Fine Arts and audiovisual equipment, furnishings, and commercial kitchen equipment that could have been made the site useful right away. The word that keeps coming up is control. Under city control, everything will be better, and under private control, all kinds of scary things are going to happen. City control means the city is on the hook to assume the risk and make it financially viable. How is the city in a better position to do that? Because your property taxes will make up any shortfall. When I look at the General's Bridge, for example, that has been closed for months, practically disassembled and now enveloped by two towering parking garages just feet from the ornamental bridge that many have dubbed the Bridge to Nowhere, I can only scratch my head and wonder why we have heavy equipment and cranes maneuvering around a $35 million bridge and consider that a successful endeavor. The safety headquarters and animal shelter all had substantial cost and schedule overruns. Both had to mitigate environmental contamination that was not planned. The city has far too much real estate holdings that have yet to yield a benefit. We are saddled with debt for decades to come, our bond rate is falling, and our reserves are minimal. Managing it will add to the city's payroll, pension, healthcare, and union rolls. We tout the Furnace Brook Golf Course as an example of success when the bond debt and utilities are not included in the calculation of that profit. We have Quincy College, which the city has been carrying for decades, paying health insurance and pension obligations. We keep hearing how envious other communities are of Quincy's success. Are they envious or are they bewildered by how we're pulling it off? The finances just don't add up in Quincy. One thing I know is no matter how we vote here tonight, half of the residents will be unhappy with the decision. So with that, Councilor DeBona, you have made a motion just for 077, or are you motioning for both of them? The appropriation and the acquisition? The appropriation, okay. So just to be clear, the motion would be to move it out of committee. It is not the vote of the body. The vote of the body will happen in the full council meeting. So this is just to move it to a full vote of the council at our 7:30 meeting. So with that, we'll take a roll call. Okay, Councilor Yan. Go ahead, Councilor Yan.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just want to know, we are vote this out of committee with positive or negative recommendation, or with no recommendation, just vote it out to committee. I want to clarify it.
It hasn't been clarified. It's just a vote to move it on to a full vote.
So with no,
Motion is to approve. If it fails, it fails, but it's the motion to, it's a motion to approve.
We don't need a second. We don't need a second in committee. Okay. Motion to approve with a favorable recommendation? Okay. Motion to approve with a favorable recommendation, which is a little different. So on the motion, we'll take the roll call unless there's any discussion on the motion.
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs. No. Counselor Mahoney. No. Counselor McKee. No. Counselor Ryan. No. Counselor Yuan. No. Chairman Riley.
No.
Motion fails 6-3.
Okay, so that was a 6-3 vote against. Would you like to further motion on the other one? Go ahead.
If I could, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to talk a little bit, unfortunately that failed, so I'd like to talk a little bit about overdevelopment, which I've constantly been hearing in the city for the last 13 years of being elected, even as a school committee member, knocking on people's doors, one of the biggest things they talk about is overdevelopment. There's too much development. The downtown district is deemed for the development. But in these neighborhoods, we have to protect them. So that was been a major consensus on the street everywhere I go in Res A or a residential neighborhood, that you have to protect these particular neighborhoods. And I thought I've done a very good job. I've had to go to ZBAs and push down units and all that stuff. And this particular item that's come in front of us, before us, the private developer wanted to put a little bit too dense. And the mayor was smart enough to say it's just too dense. So we've come to Plan B, which is in front of the city council. I'd like to elaborate a little bit about some of the councilors talking about the past, and you've changed history, okay? It's a different council now. Every council that I've been associated with over the last 10 years, this is my 6th term, it's been a different council. It's different members. Some members leave, some members come on. There has never been the same 9 for the last 11 years. Never. It's always changed. This particular year it's changed. You talk about transparency, you talk about accountability, you talk about control. You've already changed history. So really, in a nutshell, it's an obligation to the city council. I'm still a city councilor, regardless of the situation. I may disagree with a lot of the notions that are in front of me, but I'm still a city councilor. And we have a responsibility. We're the legislative body of government. We're not appointed by the administration. We don't work for the mayor. We are the city council. So I would tend to agree with you on things that should be coming back to this council. I agree with you 100%. And for the record, that PUD back in 2017, and you can Google it, there was 2 votes that were against that PUD, myself and Joe Finn. Okay, so I never want to lose control of this council, having the responsibility to have control. So just for the record, she probably hasn't brought it up, Councilor Mahoney. You can Google it right now, the Patriot Ledger. I don't like to give up the control from the council. Okay, so the overdevelopment is on my mind. And I've already talked to residents in the particular abutting area that are already talking about selling houses. They don't feel comfortable. So I think we have another order here, and I'd like to make a motion for 2026-26 order, Eastern Nazarene College land acquisition. I'd like to make that in a form of motion to pass. I'd like to put that in a form of motion.
Okay, with favorable recommendation.
Favorable recommendation, yes.
Okay, 2026-076, we have a motion to move forward with a favorable recommendation. Any discussion on that? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Ash? Yes. Counselor DeBona?
Yes.
Counselor Hughley? Counselor Jacobs? No. Counselor Mahoney? No. Counselor McKee? Counselor Ryan? No. Counselor Yuen? No. Chairman Riley?
No.
Motion fails 3-6.
I guess if there's no further discussion, I will take a motion to adjourn. Counselor Yuen, did you have a comment? Yes. Is it in response to his?
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just to follow up with Councilor DeBona's comment. We know you voted no with Joe Finn, only 2 no's. I would like to give you credit. At that time, 2017, young DeBona still have a backbone to vote no. So I would like to say, yeah, he said he doesn't want to get out of the city council. And because originally it is the PUD, every project the zoning, everything have to come to the city council. And then once you give up this, just the developer just need to only go to the planning board, and then it's a fast track. Then you see what happened. No 55+ building, no workforce building. It's just become like a 450 high-rise apartment building. So I thank you, Councilor DeBona, to vote no that time. That's my comment.
Thank you, Counselor Yen. So we are going to we're going to adjourn this meeting. So we have a couple of minutes before the city council meeting. I forgot to mention that the sign-up sheet for the open forum is in the back of the room, so people can sign up there, and we will convene at 7:30.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to call to order the Monday, June 15th, 2026 City Council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll order. Roll call.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Present. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs. Counselor McKee. Present. Counselor Riley. Counselor Ryan. Counselor Yen. President Mahoney.
Present.
9 members, you have a quorum.
If we could stand for a moment of silence. And if we could turn and pledge allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, could you read the open meeting law?
Pursuant to the open meeting law, any person can make an audio or video recording of this public meeting or may transmit the meeting through any medium. Attendees are therefore advised that such recordings or transmissions are being made, whether perceived or unperceived by those present, and are deemed acknowledged and permissible.
Thank you very much. We're going to take out of order this evening's the honoring of the chef Lawrence Louis, owner of Robato, would be coming up first. So if you could just take that into consideration. That was Debbie. I didn't mean to jump in for you. No. Debbie, you have to go around. You have to stand on the other side. Sorry.
Welcome, Chef Lawrence Louis from Robato. Congratulations. Congratulations to North Quincy's own Lawrence Louis, owner and chef of Robato, on being named a finalist on Top Shelf. Born and raised in Boston, he has built an extraordinary culinary career rooted in his Chinese-American heritage, blending tradition, innovation, and refined technique. From his early work as a community organizer in Chinatown to acclaimed kitchens in Cambridge and London, and ultimately opening Robato in 2022, his journey reflects dedication, creativity, and perseverance. His many achievements, including a James Beard Award nomination, recognition as a Star Chef's Boston Rising Star Chef, and Robato's inclusion in Bon Appetit's Best New Restaurants list, as well as winning Chopped and beating Bobby Flay. You have brought well-deserved recognition to our community. We celebrate your remarkable accomplishment and wish you continued success both in and out of the kitchen. Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing such honor to our community. Can we get a quick photo?
Do we all go up? So I think we all go up here. You want front? Everybody's going to come up front.
Next is the honoring Next is the honoring of the Quincy Girl Scout leaders.
All right, is this thing on? It work? Okay, all right, good. Could I have Courtney Joyce, Cindy Trilcott, Donnie Yang, and Lisa, I can't, thank you very much. Gail Jacobs, and Jenny Torres, and Liz West, and Amanda Diaz, come up, please. All right. Yeah, I'm going to make you stand here through the whole thing. Yes. All right, thank you very much. So, having been a scout myself as a kid and having served as a den leader for my son's den years ago, I really feel strongly, and I know how important scouting is to the community and what it does for young people in our community. It really warms my heart to see how active and engaged we have for a scouting program. And it's just beautiful. And in fact, some of the most impactful people in our city and the people I admire the most in the city got their start from what they learned in scouting. It's incredibly important, and it creates great leadership opportunities. Thank you. And we'll get to the scouts soon, but it does start with good leaders and having good role models around them. And part of what we're doing here tonight is to acknowledge just exemplary awards and activities from some of the parents who are involved. So I'll start off with the scout leaders. Courtney Joyce and Cindy Trilcott have received the Sustained Service Award, which honors volunteers for their many years of dedicated ongoing service in Girl Scouting, along with the President's Award, which recognizes those whose leadership has made a significant and lasting impact on the Girl Scout community. Donnie Yang has been awarded the Thanks Badge, Girl Scouting's highest honor for adult volunteers, given for exceptional and measurable impact on the organization. She also received the Red Rose Award for her outstanding commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as the President's Award. Lisa, help me with the last name. Paticule, thank you. And Gail Jacobs have received the Appreciation Pin, which recognizes outstanding measurable service that directly benefits local service units and its volunteers, along with the President's Award. And then Jenny Torres, Liz West, and Amanda Diaz have also received the President's Award for their meaningful contributions to strengthening the Girl Scouts in our community. And so it's my pleasure, and this is really fun, to award them. Oh, sorry. God. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Very sorry about that. I must have mixed that up in my notes with the two Gales. So, all right. So Gail Spring received the President's Award as well. Sorry about that. All right, so. All right, so please join me in congratulating these amazing Scout leaders. All right, so now it's your turn. You gonna get up here? All right, so now for the Scouts. So the City Council would like to recognize Cora Wilson, Eloise Richowski, thank you very much, Greta Tolentino, and Caroline Martinez, who earned their Girl Scout Bronze Award, the highest honor a junior Girl Scout can achieve, for their Recess Carts for Squantum School project. This was in response to the school being under construction, and these girls took action to improve the outdoor play opportunities for students during the instruction. Now, this is an amazingly good example of how Scouts show up to always be part of the solution. And so these individuals, these Scouts, exemplify the very best in Scouting, and the City of Quincy is pleased to honor their achievements with these proclamations. Congratulations. Any of my colleagues want to say a word or two? Okay, okay, all right, okay. If we can maybe brief recess to take quick pictures, okay.
Before we take a brief recess, I'm just going to ask if anybody's going to be speaking at open forum, if you can sign in at the back of the room. Thank you.
So time to get in here.
So now is the part of the evening where we're going to start the open, you can come up for open forum. So we're going to start with Alan Yacopian. I think it's Alan Yacopian. Dr. Yacopian?
Oh, he went home.
Oh, he went home. He went home. Okay. Mary Travers.
Mary Travers, 148 President's Lane in Quincy, Ward 5. Few things that I've been gravely concerned about in the past week. I've noticed the chairperson never uses the gavel when certain counselors verbally and angrily attack another council for absolutely no reason at all. I'm not sure what good that gavel does if you only use it on residents and not rein in childish, unprofessional behavior on your own council. I was disappointed with my ward council last week in the way that she spoke to Patricia McGowan. Ms. McGowan is the head of Human Resources, and telling her how to conduct job interviews right after making remarks about a high percentage of whites and males being hired was just short of accusing Ms. McGowan of using racial profiling. I was very disappointed. I do marvel at the tenacity and research my ward councilor does. I give her a lot of credit for doing her due diligence and wanting to help Ward 5. And some of the platforms she actually ran her campaign on were no rubber stamping what the mayor wants in transparency. So how is it when Mr. Timmons would not rubber stamp the answers my ward councilor wanted, you did an NRIAN and hired your own lawyer? And in an email to Mr. Timmons, my counselor alleged the mayor's chief of staff advised her to hire her own attorney. Mr. Walker is a chief of staff on an administration you vehemently oppose, yet you stated you went to him for legal advice. Now, he's many things, patience being his biggest virtue in the past 6 months, that I can tell, but he's not working a legal clinic on the side. And now you refuse to name your lawyer. I guess your platform of transparency has a more of a do as I say and not as I do hypocrisy to it. Thank you.
Kathleen Kyle, Franklin Avenue in Quincy. I hope the six are real proud of themselves for screwing the city and the neighbors and the residents in that community. You've taken away the opportunity for the 55 and over housing. You've taken away the affordable housing for the first-time home buyers, against also a new library for us. There are several other things that I can go on. The Trojan horse has entered Quincy, and the six of you are in it together. We're digging in the backgrounds, we're stitching the seams together, and Miss McKee, there's a lot coming up. McKee, it's McKee. I said McKee. I said McKee. And we're stitching it together. You're coming in, you're trying to destroy the city, and this is a start. You may have won this battle, you are not going to win the war. Quincy is united now. There's, from all wards, we've come together on this issue. They just saw what you did here tonight, and we're not stopping now. Thanks.
Hank Dondero.
Hank Dondero, 65 Manor Ave, the Neck. I've been cautioned by a family member to behave myself, not get angry, and I promise I'll try and do it, really, seriously. However, one and done, what can I say? You folks have 16 months and 16 months plus to demonstrate that you are capable of being the stewards of the city of Quincy. Till now, it hasn't presented itself. Look at yourself in the mirror. What have you done for the city? Not for your individual agendas, not for what you feel your constituents, how limited they are at this point in time, but you're going to find out in 17 months how well you're doing, because as Councilor McGee said, you're not working towards getting reelected. Well, you should be working towards getting reelected. And the bottom line is, if you're going to work towards getting reelected, then you better listen to your constituents, all of them, not just a select few. That's really all I have to say. I'm really oh yeah, one last thing. My wife and I were out walking around the neighborhood the other night, and we happened to talk to a new couple that moved in down the Neck. And conversation came around to why they select Quincy, why they select Howes Neck. And they said they heard a lot of good things about the city. They loved the restaurant scene, the entertainment scene in the center. They love the downtown, and they take the T to and from the Neck. I haven't taken a T in 35 years. I wouldn't know how to pay for it on a bus. But this is the new generation. This is a younger generation. I think you're overlooking those people. I think you're overlooking what's been going on in the city center. And I think you're really doing the city a disservice by what you've done. I have nothing else to say. See you in November 27th.
Gail Callahan.
Gail Callahan, 437 Quarry Street, Quincy, Mass. First and foremost, thank you, Walter. Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Richard. You all voted the way the rest of you should have voted. I'd feel a whole lot better if I thought that this was a vote because you truly believed it and not a vote against our mayor. But unfortunately, that's how I feel. Maggie, if I was in Ward 5, I would be out of my mind. I wasn't happy that my Ward 4 councilor voted against you, but at least she's in Ward 4. This is your ward. These are your people. How could you do that to them? You are losing the library. You are losing the gym. You are losing the Cove. You are losing the ability to deal with the flooding issue. You don't care. You believe this. You don't care that money will come back to us from the school projects. That apparently doesn't matter. You don't believe in any of the grants that we get from anything. Apparently that doesn't matter. You don't believe that what we're going to do with the money that we're getting from the retirement thing and what we have to do with that, that doesn't matter. We just listened to Ann, who Ann, in my sleep I hear 1.8, 1.8, 1.8, 1.8. Drinking games are going on with 1.8. So again,
It's 2.0.
well, now it's 2, sorry, Ann, you're right. We got a new bingo card here. But I just really think in this particular case, you missed a chance. I believe it or not, I believed in you as a council with Ann leading. Believe it or not, I truly did. That you guys could have taken this and you really could have made it something special. You really could have made the difference in this whole thing. You could have controlled it. You could have controlled it. You really could have. But now you're putting it out there for anybody to do whatever they want. And yes, we can hope that zoning will take care of us. We hope that you'll put down strong things for zoning. I'm not buying it. I'm really not at this. I hope, honestly, that you all prove me wrong. And honestly, nothing could make me happier than you all proving me wrong. Truly, I mean that. But I don't see it. So I'm highly disappointed about this. The one thing that was good tonight, love seeing Chef Louis. That was nice to have that here. Loved having the Girl Scouts here. That was another nice thing to do. So yay on both of that for the city. That was a good thing. The whole ENC thing is a disaster. But again, thank you, Walter. Thank you, Noel. Thank you, Richard.
Neil McCall.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a hopeful speech planned. Neil McCall, 79 West Elm Ave, Ward 5, Precinct 5. Bachelor's degree in Business Administration, Master's degree in Finance, Graduate Certificate in Municipal Finance from Suffolk University. 4 years as the Finance Director of the Planning Department. 4 years as Finance Director of the DPW. So I know a little bit about what's going on. There's really only 4 ways a municipality can acquire assets. They either get gifted, they use cash on hand, they use grants, or they borrow. And this deal was a combination of all of that. If my fist represents ENC asset building and lands, it's about $55 million. This rock in my right hand compared to my fist would be a $5 million borrowing against a $55 million asset, right? So about 25% of the $20 million borrowing, okay? That's 0.25%. 0.25% of your now $2 billion. So we've just squandered this land acquisition deal for 0.25%. Unbelievable. It was a slam dunk. and it seems like it's going to be missed. I think the notion of needing to sell off assets to purchase ENC, it's not necessary. We didn't sell off property to acquire and build seawalls. I know, I was part of it. I met with the residents when it flooded in 2018. I saw the tears. I was in the planning department. We put programs together. I was in the DPW cutting checks for the $17 million for the seawalls. It's definitely needed. Didn't sell off any property when we bought the church down in Germantown and converted it to a community center. Millions of dollars spent on that over the last 20 years. Unbelievable success. I've been down there, but we didn't sell anything for that. It's about $5 million worth of infrastructure going into Squantum right now. Electricity and drainage upgrades. Not selling any property for that. But the biggest question here really is in Ward 5, we didn't have a council-led meeting. 1,000 people would have probably showed up. You didn't listen. You had a chance to lead. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. Madam President, you live in Ward 4 across the other side of 93 at the Blue Hills. You sent your 3 kids all the way across town to Beechwood Knoll School into this neighborhood. You launched your political career as a school committee candidate at Beechwood Knoll School 20 plus years ago. Sounds like you're turning your back on the neighborhood that launched your political career. It does, Ann. We're friends, but it does. I hope not. You said disheartened, and that's how I feel, and I think a lot of people behind me feel the same way. Half the chamber left, by the way, if you watch it on TV. I'm just asking to vote yes, figure out the details later. For residents of Ward 5, residents all across the city, just vote yes and figure it out, collaborate. That's what leaders do. Thank you.
Joanne Bragg.
Well, I am going to stick with the speech I had and pretend I didn't see the vote earlier. So, good evening, councilors. I am Joanne Bragg, 74 East Elm Avenue.
Joanne, can I stop you for a second? Can you pull the mic down?
Oh,
I want people to.
yeah, I'm
hear you.
shorter
I know.
than Neil. Okay, should I start again, or?
Nope. Do it.
Yes, okay. Good evening, councilors. I am Joanne Bragg from 74 East Elm Ave. I have lived on East Elm Ave for almost 57 years. I previously served on the school committee for 16 years. I have a financial background and have worked on multi-million-dollar budgets. Previously, I wrote to each of you and heard back from most counselors, but the only counselor that called me was Noel DeBona, not my counselor. The worst thing to happen to this neighborhood would be to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip. The ENC property is 27 acres in a prime residential neighborhood, which could be turned into a gem, not only for Ward 5, but for the entire city to benefit from. I realize there is a big price tag, but there are ways to bring down the cost. But not supporting this proposal, you are opening the door for developers to come in and possibly put up, I haven't given a speech in a long time, multi-housing units that would attract families. And their interest would not be the same as the counselors are supposed to be towards us. So get ready to build another school, because the neighborhood is going to need one when all these families move in, and the capacity in the schools right now cannot handle all those children. So I doubt you're ready to build another school, but you're going to have to look at it down the road. In March, as some of the other speakers have said, there was a community workshop in which 400 people attended, myself included. There were over 1,600 comments through the workshop in the online portal. There are signs all over the city, not just in Ward 5, all over the city. Hundreds of concerned citizens have attended city council meetings week after week. Please listen to us. That was before the vote. We want the city to control the property. Residents and the mayor have offered ways to pay off the bonds and generate revenue. Some of the properties could be sold, as well as others around the city. A first-time homebuyers program could be put in place to help families across the city own for the first time their own home. That would bring in millions of dollars to pay down the bond and generate property taxes. City would have more money. There are rental opportunities to generate funds. Quincy College could pay rent for the athletic fields, the gym, and any classrooms they want to use. The recreation department, youth sport groups, and senior citizens across the city could benefit from this property. The Neist Library is one of the newest college buildings and would make a great library for the city and for the Ward 5. There are 2 lower levels in, sorry, I've already hit, you're kidding. I'm not even near my closing. You're really shutting me off?
3 minutes.
Oh, you're telling me 3 minutes?
That's how long, no, you have 3 minutes for open forum. We've hit 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I'm just going to end by saying, I ask for your support to approve the plan, and I respectfully ask for this body to work together, which they are not doing, and use every opportunity to reduce, pay off the bond, and generate revenue for years to come. Thank you.
Elin Nelson?
My name is Elin Nelson. I live at 28 Village Drive in Quincy. Thank you, City Council, for all of your work to advocate for city residents, for Quincy residents, and you're making a huge positive difference. A woman just took a video of me in here without my consent, and she and others are claiming that I'm part of some kind of setup. I am speaking on my own behalf as a mother of a child with several chronic medical issues. I am part of a concerned group of Quincy parents whose babies, including my almost 2-year-old daughter, are in early intervention and receive therapeutic playgroup services at the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center in Squantum. Early intervention offers therapeutic services for babies aged 0 to 3 with developmental delays. Mayor Koch, we have been asking to meet with you for several weeks. We have not received a reply from you. We have called you, we have emailed you, begging you to help our babies to receive full services in an equivalent building to the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center. We continue to ask you, Mayor Koch, to meet with us. We parents toured the new 54 Miller Street space where the early intervention therapeutic playgroup services will be moved at the end of June. It is a medical building with no outdoor playground. There isn't adequate security. We saw at least 10 random people, including a food delivery person, coming in and out of the area where our babies would come to attend playgroup. More importantly, our children's new learning space shares a floor with a psychiatric crisis unit. I was able to look directly into the psychiatric crisis unit and saw adults wandering around. Our babies will also be sharing a bathroom with adults, and their learning space will be shared with an adult day program. I do not feel comfortable with my 2-year-old sharing a space that can be accessed by unknown adults experiencing a psychiatric crisis, as well as unknown adults in a day program. Not only that, the space is much smaller and requires playgroups to double in size, while staff leading the groups will be cut in half. There's also no space to expand therapeutic playgroups when more children need early intervention in the future. There is no urgent need to move out of the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center in Squantum. Mayor Koch, please allow early intervention to continue in this building until an equivalent space is found. Again, we want full services for all children all the time without being interrupted. That's what our children of Quincy deserve. Please help us, Mayor Koch. Please help us, community of Quincy, to protect and care for our most vulnerable children. We urge you to meet with us, Mayor Koch.
Next up, I'm going to say your name wrong again. Marquin Brockington? I apologize.
No worries. Okay.
Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Mikequin Brockington, Gilson Road, Quincy resident, National Board Certified Teacher, and Early Intervention Mom. I want to make this point loud and clear. I am a grown woman with my own beliefs, thoughts, and ideas. I am not being used or forced by any Quincy resident or any council member to speak about the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center and how much this place means to me, my family, and other early intervention families in Quincy, Randolph, and Milton. I also want to be clear. I support reparations for all groups of people who have suffered harm from European colonization in this country. And I strongly believe that Indigenous people should have all of Turtle Island returned back to them. By no means am I trying to prevent or disrespect a land back initiative. All I want is a safe baby and toddler appropriate learning space that is equivalent to the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center or better for our EI playgroups. Last Thursday, I had the opportunity to visit the new Miller Street location, and we were so sad and disappointed. Me and the other parents, we cried. The new space lacks many of the indoor and outdoor playgroup activities for gross motor skills. They plan to transform 2 adult conference rooms into a classroom and an indoor play space, both significantly smaller than what we currently have at the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center. And I have serious concerns, safety concerns. The rooms are on the same floor that services adults who could potentially have or experience a mental health crisis. No Quincy classroom in Quincy Public Schools shares a wing with adults in crisis. The bathroom that our toddlers will use is a shared bathroom. When my toddler with sensory issues had a tantrum during the visit, the echo of the smaller space from his own crying sent him into a full meltdown from sensory overload. When we left the building, there were adults smoking outside, and I can go on. I know Aspire and Step One are going to, and I quote, do the best they can to make this work. But this is not the best for my son, and it is not the best for the babies and toddlers of Quincy, Randolph, and Milton. As of right now, there is no date for when the tribe is going to move in. But June 26th is the last day for our playgroups at the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center. This center was intentionally built for children like my son with sensory issues. Taking away the Molly Hirschberg Learning Center takes away his ability and other babies' abilities to thrive in a space that was designed for them. All I want is you all, we can all work together to put our heads together for a better solution. And Mayor Koch, please meet with us. We want to meet with you.
Heather Dooney.
Hi, I'm Heather Doney, and I live at 912 Southern Artery, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the board of the Quincy Tree Alliance. I want to thank the City Council for doing due diligence with the potential purchase of E&C. I understand it's a process, and for the City Administration for clarifying an important fact, and that is that just because a grove of arboretum trees is not currently listed as protected in the proposed plan does not mean it's therefore slated to be lost to development. We hope that the entire arboretum is preserved, as the many mature trees are irreplaceable, unique, and add both monetary and quality of life value to the city. Prior to any redevelopment or subdivision of the property, we would like the city to consider preparing an arboretum tree inventory and management plan led by a certified arborist. The plan would document the existing tree collection, assess tree health and preservation priorities, identify protection measures for future construction, and establish a long-term approach for maintaining the entire Babcock Arboretum as a connected landscape resource. The Babcock Arboretum at ENC is more than a collection of trees. It is a legacy landscape with trees that have been part of the site for more than 100 years. With thoughtful planning, our guidance and public input, it can remain a point of civic pride for Quincy while the city considers the best use of the property. This kind of approach would give residents confidence that the Arboretum is being treated as a shared community asset during the different stages of development. We also once again reiterate that we are here as the Quincy Tree Alliance to support the saving of the Babcock Arboretum in any way you might need us, including help with RFP language, arborists, volunteers. Just let us know. It is such a wonderful thing that this city has an arboretum to call its own, and the Quincy Tree Alliance thanks you for considering it in your work ahead. Thank you.
Andrew Carleen.
Andrew Carleen, 63 Brook Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I don't think ENC was an easy decision, and I'm grateful that this council didn't treat it like it was an easy call. That's not what I'm here to speak about tonight, though. 14 years ago today, I was a junior officer in Afghanistan, muddling my way through a sleepless week in which the base I was on had been rocket attacked every night, multiple times. Wearing the uniform of the United States Navy was the privilege of my lifetime. And while I had questions about why we were engaged in that particular war 11 years in, I was certain about why I had chosen to serve. I chose to serve to defend the Constitution of this republic and the rights enshrined within it. And it's for that reason that recent developments at the national level have been dispiriting to me. We're living through a crisis in First Amendment rights, with the federal government being weaponized against people who speak out against the administration. I find a lot of the commentary at these public comment sessions to be toxic. At best, some of these ad hominem attacks leveled at the new city councilors are unproductive and skirt the substance of important issues we should be focused on. And at worst, they come across as thinly veiled, misogynistic, and racist attempts to bully our elected officials. And yet, when I step back and try to look at the big picture, there is something profoundly beautiful about these seemingly endless public comment sessions. Here in Quincy, a stone's throw from where one of the architects of this republic lies, this city council has enabled us to unequivocally reify the tradition of freedom of expression, where citizens can come face to face with their elected leaders and even crassly or uncivilly challenge them without fear of retribution. It gives me something like hope, and it gives me pride in this city. I know this is easy for me to say. I'm not up there with all of you on the receiving end of the messiness of democracy. But in forbearing that abuse, you are all performing an invaluable public service, and I want to express my gratitude for it. And with a few remaining seconds here, I just want to say, Mayor Koch, please meet with these parents. Thank you.
Amy Kelly.
Good evening. Amy Kelly, 157 Rice Road. The purchase of Easton Nazarene College is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, one that really could shape the city and the neighborhood for generations to come. The question shouldn't have been whether Quincy can afford it. The question should have been, can Quincy afford to lose it? To say that your votes tonight, other than the 3 councilors that voted favorably, is a disappointment is quite an understatement. You had the opportunity to really do something, and you chose not to. What's also equally concerning is currently Ward 5 is basically an island on its own. We are not being representative. Our councilor is not representing us. I'm a lifelong resident of Quincy. I've paid attention. I've been engaged my entire life. I've never seen this kind of situation happen where Ward 5 didn't rally for its constituents. It's very disappointing and alarming. Thank you.
Jocelyn Sedney.
Hello, Jocelyn Sedney, 85 Monroe Road, and former Girl Scout. For any counselor who campaigned on a platform of fiscal responsibility, oversight, and accountability, I do not see how you can vote in favor of the purchase of ENC. I say this even though I love the campus, the buildings are wonderful, and I regard the Arboretum to be one of the nicest hidden gems of the city. If I lived by this campus, I would be advocating for the purchase, just as I sat asking that Hospital Hill be developed in the way originally represented. This administration has known that the $1.8 billion debt and the low reserves are of primary concern to most of the members of this council. They have done nothing to address that in the last 6 months. 2 national watchdog groups have flagged the deficit as a major problem for the city. They are not in cahoots with the squad and are not politically opposed to the mayor. They are neutral groups taking a dispassionate view of what has been happening here from a financial standpoint. Had this administration come to the council for authorization to purchase ENC with the plan to deal with the debt, that would be one thing, but they did not. As part of the package, they proposed selling the Messina lot and using that money. They did not count on this council doing its job and being savvy enough to know that that was not proper. Once the council had asked the right questions and halted that improper use of those funds, it offered no better solution. The Monroe Building does not have to go back to the federal government if it is sold. There are many ways to work with the relevant authorities to allow those funds to be used for proper purposes. I live in Ward 5. The ward is comprised of many neighborhoods. Our ward counselor has an obligation to represent all of us. To look back to other counselors for direction, I have one response. We did not incur $1.8 billion in debt overnight. We did because council after council said yes when asked to spend and borrow. Had someone exercised fiscal responsibility then, we would be able to purchase this campus now. This purchase is a want and not a need. We do not need to expand the Wollaston Library branch. If we need room for pre-K or after-school activities, there is St. Mary's School that we bought and no students are there. We do not need additional affordable housing. As I understand from the Quincy Sun advertisement, applications are being taken as we speak for housing by the Quincy Housing Authority. When this council has complained about the debt, I have heard Mr. Walker say that the council approved it all, and he is right. And after tonight, he will have the same response. You will contribute to the crisis if you vote for this. When you received the budget for 2027, you were told no new projects, no new employees. This new project is huge and will require many new employees. The city can control the use of the site. There are many possibilities, but there must be an adult in the room when it comes to managing fiscal responsibility for this city.
So the next up is Maria Mulligan. I'm just going to say one more time, there's one more sheet out in the back. If you want to sign up, if you haven't, please do. So Maria Mulligan, you're next. And she's coming down from the back, so. It's outside, yeah. So if you want to sign up, there's a sign-up sheet outside the 2 doors, and Maria's coming up now.
I'm sorry. Maria Mulligan, 21 Winthrop Ave. I'm talking independently, not part of any group. I have to say, I love ENC. I wish the vote was different. And I think the first one in October 2024, when I wrote this really long letter to the mayor to save ENC. So maybe I was one of the first people who gave him the idea. I'd like to think that. So where do we go from here? I would hate to think that this is the end of a conversation. Is it? I hope not. You know, what was missing in the proposal? I think there's 3 things. It was missing time, it was missing creativity, and it was missing collaboration between you guys and the mayor's office. Time. No one had enough time to come up with a plan. Of course not. It was a couple of months. who could. The plan is okay, it's a sketch, it's a concept. It needed a lot of development. To me, that was good enough to say yes, but I guess it wasn't for you, and that's okay. I see it not as a risk, but more as a challenge. Our zoning laws are not going to protect it. It's a unique property, and it needs a unique process. So I guess I'm going to say to all of you guys, come up with a way forward. Come up with one. Be creative, use your right brain, collaborate. City, come up with the money, figure it out. Go to the state. You know, we got $25 million from the state to build a parking garage. Can't we get that for this awesome piece of land? I don't know. Solve the problem, be creative. Find a way. Imagine if we could do that. Thank you very much.
Sue Doherty.
Hi, my name is Sue Doherty. I live at 922 C Street, and I want to speak about the ENC, but also the Early Learning Center. I don't live in Wollaston. I used to, but you know, I think it would be great if the city could buy that. But I trust the council to do the right thing. That they've done the research. That they've been very thorough. Have tried to come up with ideas. I'm also someone who doesn't mind paying taxes. I was a public school teacher. I feel it's a part of being a part of a community is to pay taxes, and my real estate taxes go to good schools, and they fix seawalls, and they do lots of good things. I think that's really important to state. I worked in public education my whole life, so I'm not somebody like, I don't want to pay taxes. So it's not about that. It's more about, again, cities can go bankrupt, like that happens, where cities overspend, they end up going into bankruptcy. The debt is very concerning. And unfortunately, because of a track record of not necessarily seeing the city be good stewards of some of the properties they've bought in the past, it makes it a little harder to have that leap of faith. So I fully support whatever the council decides. If the council had decided to vote for it, I would feel comfortable that you had done that due diligence and that you were making a good decision. So I just want to say I'm pleased that you're actually doing that work. And I do want to mention the public comment that it's very important that we have this and we can hear from people. I'm a member of Quincy for Palestine, although I'm speaking as an individual tonight. And we used to come to the city council meetings every week, every time, and we weren't allowed to speak. In fact, I went up one time to pass out papers to people because we weren't hearing anything back from anybody. Any councilors that we reached out to, and we got in trouble for that. Like, it was sort of a hands-off. You weren't allowed to, you know, we would chase people around during recess, but that was about the only way for us to talk to the councilors. So I really just want to say I appreciate that. And that kind of leads me into the idea of like the Early Learning Center. I've been thinking about that a lot. The idea, think globally, act locally. We have a lot of these issues are all about land and property, and you know, pitting Native Americans against early children is really awful. I've seen that happening in the city, and I think that we could probably come up with a solution, hopefully, that would make everyone happy. And the city does seem to have a lot of buildings, maybe the Monroe Building, other places that the children's program might be able to locate. And I think the land should be actually given to the Native Americans if that's what they want, because I've seen that it's just going to be leased to them and they're going to be allowed to use it. That's not true reparations. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Albina.
Good evening, Council. My name's Albina. I'm president of the Quincy Quarry and Granite Workers Museum.
I'm here tonight to actually ask the council, I know we got a preservation grant that's coming before you. And I just want to kind of bring you up to date on the Stone House. The application is do the second phase of the handicap access to the new Stone House up at the Quarry Museum. I'd just like to say, this Stone House is unbelievable. You got to remember, this Stone House is not for Albina. It's not for the Quincy Quarry and Granite Workers Museum. It's for the city of Quincy. It's for the residents of the city of Quincy. This Stone House will be here not for 100 years, like the police station, not for 500 years. This Stone House will be there for 1,000 years, the way it's built. It'll look like some of the buildings over in Europe that have been there for 5,000 years. When all the other buildings are gone in Quincy here, this stone building will still be standing. So I ask the council, when it comes before you, the funding, please move that forward. Just a couple of little updates I'd like to. The building is completed, the interior is completed. We're actually open right now, but it's not handicap accessible. This next phase will make it completely handicap accessible, access to it, the walkways, and also another big thing that's in this preservation funding for the city of Quincy is we have the first, a replica of the first commercial rail car in America, right at the museum right now. It has to be covered. And in this grant here, they're going to put a platform and then kind of like a post and beam covering over it. And this will attract not only tourists to the city of Quincy, it'll attract the rail enthusiasts to the city of Quincy, not only the granite enthusiasts. So I want I'd ask the council to kind of move this preservation grant we got along when it comes before you. Thank you.
Kyle Casiglio?
Thank you, councilors. Kyle Casiglio, 34 Tabor Street. Before I get started, I want to second the previous speaker as a rail enthusiast myself. Big fan of the Stonehouse and the project going on there, so thank you, Al. I think, like most City of Quincy residents, I would rather be anywhere else doing anything else tonight. I'd much rather be having dinner with my family right now. Unfortunately, I am by profession a urban planner, and there is a topic that some of you may be aware of that has been discussed tonight that I felt I would be remiss if I did not offer my thoughts and opinions on. The Eastern Nazarene campus presents an incredible opportunity, and I see a lot of the value that the city is proposing with this project. Public resources, protection of wetlands, the provision of first-time homebuyer housing, there are a lot of really great laudable ideas and things that I don't think should be abandoned just because of the vote tonight. That being said, I do strongly feel that the vote tonight was the correct one, that the plan that was presented to the city council and was up for consideration was not a plan and was not something that could be actioned upon. The various approaches to funding it just frankly did not make sense when they meet reality. Trying to use Affordable Housing Trust Fund funding for what is not going to be affordable housing would not work. The use of district improvement financing, which as an aside has been egregiously abused in this city over the past decade plus, using that land, which I know is no longer on the table, would not have been an appropriate use to fund this project. What I think we all want is some kind of community control over this area, which is very reasonable and which we should have. And I think that is why, as municipalities, we are granted land use controls. We have things at our disposal. And I completely acknowledge what Councilor Hubley said about how in the past we have seen PUDs not be used in a way that actually delivers on the promises that have been made to the city. However, I think that that is something that I have much more trust in the current council than previous councils in overseeing. And I would like to encourage this council to amend the zoning of ENC to a PUD, so there is greater municipal control over that area. And I suppose with my remaining 15 seconds here, would just like to say that whatever happens at that site, please let's not let it be used in the way that the current by right zoning dictates and put a ton of pavement all over it. So thank you.
Jim Dunn.
Good evening. Jim Dunn, 167 Babcock Street. Pretty sad night for the city of Quincy here tonight. This was for future generations. I understand you councilors have the best interest in the residents of the city of Quincy, tax money, everything. They didn't have enough time to put a plan together. Anybody that knows you were talking about, the cost it's going to take to upkeep it for the 2 years. You have your bathroom done, yeah? Oh, $15,000. Yeah, the contractor's leaving with $22,000. Okay, things happen. You're not going to have another chance to get a piece of property like this. You're not going to get another chance to have a piece of property to take care of the flooding on Sachem Street and all those streets down there. This is not an opportunity. People are talking about going in there on private property, that's private property, and making an inventory of the trees like they belong to the city of Quincy. They don't. The owners left here tonight. They didn't even have a chance to speak with their attorney, Mr. Frank Marinelli. He was disgusted. Nobody's talked about the tax revenue that could have came up from that property. None of you fiscally responsible councilors, Ms. Yen, you're always throwing out figures and everything. Nobody talked about the potential for, and I'm not here to argue or disparage anybody, please. We're beyond that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Did all Mr. Walker's plans, did everything work out? Or would it have worked out? No, but we're Quincy strong. We would have figured it out. Just like Mr. Koch has in the past along with his administration, and I had faith in him. Apparently, none of you councilors had faith in him. You're not going to have the opportunity for that land. I respect your decision, but I don't agree with it. That's all it's crazy. It's crazy. As far as your early center, it's just, I hope they can come up with an agreement. And you keep talking about President's, the hospital. I was doing that building. I took down the Morissette post to put the Satin dealership in there. A gentleman walked up. He said, his name was Chuck Giacchetto, Compass Medical. He said, we just bought Quincy City Hospital. I said, so you're the son of a bitch that's going to put all my neighbors out of work. He said, that'll never happen. And then my dog dropped his rock on his $700 leather shoes. That's exactly what happened. Okay, it's a sad night for the city of Quincy. No disrespect to anybody, but we're not going to have the opportunity. Thank you.
Joseph Graham.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is my first foray into speaking in front of the City Council. I think you folks made the right decision. Unfortunately, democracy is messy, and there's going to be some hard feelings, and there are going to be some people that need to put on the long pants and try to work together better as a council, and to work with the mayor and try to get the best work product in general from the mayor. I see a lot of a lack of cooperation from the mayor's office to the council. And I don't think that's acceptable. And I think that really, I think the city government should seriously look at creating potentially a city manager position and take some of that burden off of the mayor. Let the mayor do, shake hands and go to ribbon cuttings. But let a professional manager manage the city, because I don't feel that the city has been professionally managed. And I don't think previous councils have held the mayor's feet to the fire. I think this council is doing that, and I think you've made the right decision. I was 100% against this Eastern Nazarene College, former Eastern Nazarene College purchase. I live at Ground Zero. I live on Wendell Avenue. I think it would have been a terrible mistake, and I think the council did the right thing, or is doing the right thing. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Veronica Bertrand.
Veronica Bertrand, 195 Copeland Street, Ward 4. I've missed you all. I haven't been to meetings in a while. I just wanted to say that lately there have been some really nasty comments at Quincy Council meetings. People wearing T-shirts saying born and raised, like that gives them permission to decide who belongs in Quincy. Well, these people, to me, are ignorant in their beliefs. They fight for Catholic statues and yet treat other people, especially women, like trash. They attend church, private prayer groups, then sell a school that has been helping development and delayed toddlers and force them into spaces totally unacceptable. They lie, continually to cover up, in the name of being good Catholics and pro-life. And yet they look down on everyone that doesn't bow to their beliefs. I was born and raised and never left Quincy. But lately, I don't know the city that I have loved. I found a song on Facebook, and it was actually written and sung by a country singer who happens to be Asian. So I thought I'd give you a play and let you listen.
They say Asians don't do country music, like there's a rule I missed. Country is only for Americans, like I wasn't on the list. I've heard go back to China, yeah, that one's been thrown my way. And leave country to country artists, like dreams got borders, they can't cross anyway. But I learned real early you don't ask permission to belong. You just lace up your boots and prove them wrong. So turn it up, let them talk, let them down what they see. I'll be right here singing loud, still chasing what's in me. You can draw your line, say I'll never be enough, but I'm built on thick skin and a little bit of stubborn love. If they say you don't fit, if they say you don't belong, just keep on.
Time, Veronica.
That's how you prove them wrong.
Helen Schreiner. Helen? Is she still here? Is Helen here? Did she leave? Okay, she left. Pam Brennan? Is Pam still here? Pam Brennan left. So it's up to Leah. Leah, you're up. Leah DeGloria. Huh?
Song. Let me know when the, okay. All right, good evening, members of the council. Article 7 of the Massachusetts Constitution, drafted by John Adams explicitly states, "Government is instituted for the common good, for the protection, safety, prosperity, and happiness of the people, and not for the profit, honor, or private interest of any one man, family, or class of men." That is the definition of the social compact. When you take the oath of office, you swear to uphold this contract. You are legally obligated to protect the safety, stabilization, and long-term prosperity of the entire community. Yet right now, this council is destroying that promise. They use protecting tax dollars as a political shield, but they are just weaponizing their votes to serve a narrow, short-term ideological agenda. Why would any elected official block the city from buying the 27-acre Easton Nazarene College campus? Do you honestly expect people to believe that a no vote was truly about fiscal caution? I don't believe it was. I think the fiscal argument is just a convenient smokescreen. The real reason behind the no vote is the progressive ideology does not view the ENC campus as a permanent generational asset to be protected for the neighborhood. Instead, some of you look at it as a sandbox for social engineering. You want to bypass the city control entirely to clear the path for private developers and outside entities who align with your progressive housing theories. Noel DeBona stepped up and stated exactly what the public wanted, acknowledging that securing this land was what the majority of Quincy demanded for the neighborhood safety and stabilization. Yet the Bully Alliance voted no. Ward 5 is exactly where the campus sits. The local representative should have been the absolute first person fighting for this, to protect the neighborhood from the outside forces. Instead, a no vote was thrown down, leaving the community completely vulnerable. To make matters worse, it's disgusting to watch members of this council look like they're actively celebrating after saying no to the acquisition when there were so many residents disheartened and left, almost in tears. Applauding after stripping away protecting a city shield from the established neighborhood shows a complete disconnect from reality. You are celebrating, blocking progress, leaving families exposed just to score political points for your inner circle. We don't have to guess what the playbook looks like. We have seen the history. We've seen activism in favor of going to Cambridge, looking at small module housing, using like small unit developments and dense housing modules, openly stating the desire to partner directly with private buyers who match the vision. The downfalls of this approach are severe and immediate, and a total loss of local control, the destabilization of the neighborhoods, and the zero long-term vision for politicians who treat their seats on the
Done. Sorry, you're done. You were done 10 minutes ago, but that's okay. Pam Brennan.
I live on 65 Dickens Street, Ward 5. I'm a lifelong Quincy resident. Sorry I was late for this podium because I was talking to Albina to find out some information about my great-grandfather who worked in the quarries. That being said, I'm really happy with the vote tonight. Anybody who's walked the grounds, and I know that a number of years ago, all those buildings were in prime condition. They're not now. The college had been really falling apart. They had down people coming in, and it was, I mean, if you look at those houses for first-time home buyers, I don't think anybody could buy that, that have to tear them down. So I did a complete walk with a number of my neighbors. So it's not all the residents that were for this. There's just some people here tonight. No, not everybody was for it. And not all those councilors that you mentioned for Ward 5 were representative of all of us either. So as a longtime Ward 5 rep, I'm really happy with the decision you made tonight. Thank you.
Zachary Christopher.
Hi, Zachary Christopher, 67 Montclair Ave, number 2. I'm back to speak about the Emergency Management Department. This issue has bugged me for the last couple weeks. Instead of stewing in confusion and worry, I decided to reach out to my counselor, Walter Hubley, regarding the issue. I asked him a series of questions, and this is an excerpt from his reply. Counselor Ash made a motion to table the topic and revisit it at a follow-up meeting because he had an appreciation for the department's function, having worked with them in the past. I voted in support of this motion because I believe in being true to how we all campaigned, doing our due diligence and taking our time when making important decisions. I was surprised that only one other of my colleagues were willing to join me and Counselor Ash to spend more time considering this decision. At that point, it was clear to me that the majority had already made up their minds and did not want to hear any more on the matter. This begs the question, why did this body come to such a quick decision to effectively cut an entire department and make this decision without any input from important stakeholders such as the fire and police departments? These department heads seem like obvious key stakeholders whose voices should have at least been heard. With respect to your questions below, I started going through to answer each of them and quickly determined that they all have pretty much the same answer, which is this: I don't know. The ripple effects of this change can only be decided upon by the city administration. How this change gets addressed is not in this body's purview. It will fall upon the executive branch to figure it all out. End quote. I find it frankly disappointing that the councilors made such a lofty decision so hastily. To better understand everything, I talked to my friends, family, and comrades to hear their opinions. One recurring worry was that Mr. McCarthy was an incompetent, unqualified fool who was unfit for his position. A position, mind you, he held for all of 6 months. Whether that's true or not, I can't say, but assuming it is true, one of the perspectives I heard was that this was the only way the council could remove him from his position before he had a chance to fail during an emergency. That, of course, brings up the question of why the council has exactly zero say in who is appointed to department heads, but the power struggle between the mayor and the council is a topic for another day. With that said, my main point today is in regards to the optics of the situation. From my perspective, the perspective of an outsider, what I saw looked like a coordinated attack by the new council coalition against a political rival. A man who by his previous work appears qualified and has yet to settle into his role. It felt as if the political grudge was more important than the city's emergency preparedness. It felt as if those of you who voted for the cuts didn't care about transparency, due diligence, or your responsibilities to your constituents. In fact, the actions of the council transparency of a one-way mirror, the due diligence of a toddler throwing a tantrum, and by God, if there is a plan for emergency management.
I'm asking you to stop. If you don't stop, I'm going to ask you to be removed. So the rules are very simple. When I knock on this, your time is up, and I'm going to ask if the police officer will be here in this audience. We only have a couple more, but going forward, if I tap on that and your time is over, I will be asking people to be removed. It's a long night already. Jacob Levine.
140 Quincy Avenue. I'd like to thank the council for doing due diligence on the Eastern Nazarene proposal. From what I've heard of the proposal, it's been both, it must be done now, it must be done immediately, it won't cost anything, it will pay for itself, it's an unprecedented investment. And I have to paraphrase Councilor Hubley. If this were a used car sales pitch, would you use it? So I hope with this proposal down, the city can work with developers, with the ENC, and find a proposal that may have city-owned property, may not, but does mix conservation and development. I'd also like to say more generally on the topic of what was called hyper-developments. I do find it intriguing how, on one hand, developments like Trader Joe's are praised and Quincy Center are praised, while others are deemed hyper-developments. And that seems to be arbitrary and very selective determination. I'd like to see the council going forward take a more collective view on what development actually looks like. And finally, I'd like to address maybe the concerns of the city residents more broadly in a decorum. It does concern me greatly how some speakers feel the need to defend themselves against accusations that they're a shadowy conspiracy on some projects. And I'm concerned that of the 6 councilors that did oppose the NC proposal, 2 were deemed heckleable. And I do not believe I need to say the names. I believe it is self-evident which those are. So I would like to remind the city and encourage the council to not be a government of hecklers, and instead continue on a straightforward, planned, conscious path. Thank you.
Ann Bailey?
Hi, my name's Ann Bailey. I live at 46 Filbert Street in apartment 3. I wasn't born and raised here. I moved here 3 years ago with my adult child. We share an apartment. We moved to Quincy because it was affordable, and no other place that we looked at in the general Boston area where we had gotten new jobs was affordable. And I want to say that since moving here and seeing this new city council, I'm really proud of what it takes to marshal evidence and buck the tradition of what's gone on in the city. That's hard to do. It's hard to sit here and say things that people consider uppity. It's a hard thing to do, and I respect that. I would have totally supported this purchase except for the history. I've only lived here for 3 years, but I've learned of so many instances where the city bought something and mismanaged it to an extremely expensive degree. And I'm just going to talk about Granite Links because I live up near the quarry, and I love the quarry. I go there once a month. It's awesome. But the golf course has been, all of the sort of contracts that go in, the way water is used, the way that it's designed by the sort of government of Quincy to maximize the profits of the city and minimize the control. I don't want more of that to happen. I think making decisions that are about how to properly proceed in such a way that the interests of the city and the people who live here are respected is really important and hard to do. So thank you for what you did, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Kylie? Yep.
Good afternoon, Madam President, City Councilors. Over the weekend, we had Flag Day. I had a great time. It was good to see many of you. Flag Day and other city celebrations, something very important to myself and a lot of families I'm in contact with. We enjoy the small city feel where anyone just run up and say hi, give a hug to someone, and you see faces that you might not normally see. So that's one piece. And then I want to congratulate Mr. Hubley and Ms. Hubley on their anniversary today. And then I also want to congratulate my fellow Girl Scouts. I'm not Girl Scout, but I'm Cub Scouts. But my fellow Scouts on their recognition. What Mr. Hubley said is, Councilor Hubley said was very true. It takes that much more to be a Scout leader. It's easy to drop your kids off, let them do their thing, but it takes someone special to lead kids. And they're all volunteers. That's another piece too. Earlier today, I listened to one of the podcasts where the folks on there shared stories about how the community came together, saved the Ruth Gordon Amphitheater, put together the beer garden. I was wondering before coming here if ENC was going to be one of those. So maybe the rest of that story has yet to be written, but looking forward to a future episode of that. Thank you.
So last on our list, and this is the last one for the evening, Liberty Chef.
Hello, everyone. Liberty Shaft, 28 House Street. We've all been here for a very long time, weeks actually, so I will keep it short and as sweet as possible. To say I'm disheartened and disappointed at the vote you took would be a grave understatement. This is a huge missed opportunity for our city. Notice I said our city, not just your city. It is all of our city, and I do not believe that the majority of you are listening to your constituents. I think that the majority of this council will go against anything that the mayor endorses, and I think that is just as bad, if not worse, as the rubber stamp yes vote you keep talking about in previous councils. You are so interested in sinking the mayor that you are willing to sink the city along with it. I'd like you to start thinking for yourselves. I beg of you, please do what you were elected to do and start doing what is right for the city of Quincy. Thank you.
With that, that's the end of open meeting. I just want to mention that there's going to be this is the last council meeting of the scheduled season, but we're going to have 2 more council meetings for the budget, and on the 22nd, there'll be no open forum on those 2 because they're special meetings. So we'll see you all back for open forum next September, right? September, okay. So moving on, Madam Clerk?
Number 2, review of the open meeting law complaint regarding a meeting on May 18, 2026.
Excellent. So thank you. Before we begin the discussion, I think it's important to clarify the purpose of tonight's review. The City Council has received complaints alleging that Councilor Maggie McKee violated an open meeting law by consulting with a private attorney regarding matters before the City Council and not disclosing the identity or the attorney or legal advice received. The Council's responsibility tonight is to review those allegations, discuss the facts, understand them, and determine our response to the complaints in the Attorney General's office. I would also note, while the discussions have occurred regarding the circumstances surrounding these complaints, no formal determination has been issued by the Attorney General's office. Therefore, it's appropriate for the City Council to conduct this review and provide a response through the established open meeting process. As I review the complaints, several observations stood out to me. The complaints focused primarily on Councilor McGee's decision to consult with a private attorney and the fact that the attorney identity and legal advice was not disclosed. The complaint further requests disclosures of attorney's identity, legal opinions, communication, and qualifications. However, the central question before us tonight is not whether members agree or disagree with Councilor McKee's decision to seek out legal advice. The question before us is whether conduct described constitutes a violation of the open meeting law. Therefore, I believe the council should focus on several questions. Did a quorum of the City Council deliberate outside of the properly posted public meeting? That's the first question I want you to think about. Did Councilor McGee engage in discussions with other members of the City Council outside a public meeting concerning matters within the council's jurisdiction? Did the attorney act as an intermediary between members of the council? Is there evidence that council business was conducted outside the public view in a manner prohibited by open meeting law? I would ask members to focus on these comments, on these comments and on those questions. Additionally, I want to also acknowledge that during this process, concerns have been raised regarding matters beyond the scope of the open meeting law. So I believe we all received emails as well. The concerns include statements made by the city solicitor during the ordinance committee meeting, the appropriateness of publicly identifying or signaling out a single counselor while providing legal advice during a public meeting, the release of email communications concerning McGee and her legal representative by the city solicitor, questions regarding what information should or should not be released and whether certain communications should have been reviewed for possible redactions prior to that release. These are legitimate governance questions. However, I believe they are separate from the open meeting law complaint before us tonight. So now I'm going to open up for the councils to discuss. And time, we'll go from there. We'll find out that the one thing I'll be asking is, we need to make a decision on how we are to proceed and how I'm to respond. So with that, I'm going to open up to Councilor McKee.
Thank you. These 4 complaints rest on an incorrect premise that a single counselor violates the open meeting law by consulting an attorney. That is not the law. The open meeting law governs what quorums or simple majorities of public bodies may do outside of public meetings. For a 9-member council, a quorum is 5 or more members. As a single city councilor consulting a lawyer to help ensure that the laws I'm proposing are legally sound, I do not constitute a quorum. I am one person, not 5 people. My private attorney is not a member of the city council. Therefore, my individual consultation with legal counsel does not involve a public body and does not implicate the open meeting law. The open meeting law also prohibits serial communications among a quorum, but I haven't done that either. No other member of the city council has participated in these communications. Equally unsupported is the assertion that my conversations must be publicly disclosed to comply with the open meeting law. That is not how the law operates. Individual counselors routinely conduct independent research and consult with experts, constituents, business owners, and other government employees. These efforts inform and strengthen our policymaking so that we don't rely solely on our own opinions and understanding or misunderstanding of what we find online about often complex topics. Simply put, talking to my attorney helps me be a better counselor. And that goes for anyone I speak to. If individual counselors were prohibited from discussing anything outside of a council meeting, we would have to answer every call or email from a constituent publicly in this chamber, just in case the interaction impacted our thinking on a matter that could come before us. That is not only impractical, but antithetical to the idea of a representative democracy. We can only represent the people we serve when we can listen to them. Unsurprisingly, then, there is no law, including the open meeting law, that precludes me from retaining outside legal counsel. I have a right to seek independent, individualized legal advice on matters within my official responsibilities. These complaints attempt to undermine my ability to do that. That interpretation is unsupported by the open meeting law. It should be rejected. With all of that said, I remain committed to furthering my understanding of the open meeting law. In January, I took open meeting law training through the Attorney General's office, and when these complaints came in, I called the Attorney General's office to confirm my understanding of the law. Because the law is so important and so detailed, I recently signed up for another AGO training session. These occur every few weeks, and registration is free for everyone.
Councilor Riley. Give me a second. Councilor Riley.
Riley? Yeah. Okay. I didn't know if you said Ryan O'Reilly. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is profoundly disturbing that these open meeting violation complaints were as a result of a direct comment from our city solicitor. They have no merit, and I would like to make a motion to declare that this body does not find a violation has occurred, and permission from President Mahoney to respond to the complainants, all 3 of them, and provide a copy to the Attorney General's office as required under the law.
So we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Second by Councilor Ryan. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on the motion? Councilor DeBona. Hold on a second. Okay, man.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to get some advice from the city solicitor on this particular item because we have 4 different complaints that are in front of us tonight. I'd just like to get some clarification. I'm not familiar with this. In all my years being up here, we've had more open meeting law violation complaints here in the last 3 months than we've had in all my time of being up here. So I just want to get clarification.
Before I open the mic up to City Solicitor Jim Timmons, I would like to recommend that this council has a decision to make as to whether or not we are going to write to the Attorney General, whether we're in favor or not. You get one vote in that. I'm happy to open it up to Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons. And I will limit Mr. Timmons to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. What happened in this particular matter was that prior to the May 18th meeting, where the alleged violation occurred, I was in possession of 3 different ordinances that had already been filed with the body, and then a new ordinance that was being added to the discussion that night. And I was confused about how that ordinance came about. It was unclear because it was just in the package. So I went and I looked at the file for Council Orders 2026030 and 031. And what I found in the file, and this would have happened on Friday afternoon, or perhaps Monday morning. I honestly don't remember which day it was. What I found in the file was red line versions that I suspect all of you have seen because they were emailed to all of you. All right, I have copies that I'll share with you, but I'm explaining why I said what I said at the meeting that night. Because during the meeting, the new ordinance wasn't introduced. These red line versions were never introduced. They were never discussed. And then Councilor McKee said, my lawyer drafted the revisions to the ordinances that were being discussed that evening. And frankly, at the meeting, they were primarily being discussed by Councilor McKee. So when she said that her lawyer had done this work, and this work is in the council file and was never introduced publicly, and there's an email that's sent to everybody at 9:30 on Friday, 9:29 a.m. And it's got a statement in it. Councilor McKee may also have suggested amendments for the other council orders, but these were attached to that email. So this is what I reacted to when I found out that an outside lawyer, who's never spoken to anyone here, I don't know if it's from a lawyer from Morgan & Morgan or a divorce law firm. I suspect it's not
It doesn't matter who the lawyer is, Mr. Timmons. Let's keep it in the order. It doesn't matter who that you don't know who it is.
Well, I'm explaining what went on that night because you opened up the challenge to it in your preliminary remarks. So I want to explain what happened.
I'm asking you to keep
It's
it to the
very-
relevance.
I beg your pardon?
I'm asking you to keep it to the relevance, not mentioning Morgan &
I'm
Morgan
keeping
or
it
a divorce
To
attorney.
relevance. My concern is one cannot simply refer to a lawyer and follow that lawyer's advice and include it in something that's sent out to all the members of the body. Right in something else that I have, I don't know where in the process this is, but there's a quote here. The independent consultation of outside legal counsel by an individual member of a public body without evidence of deliberation among a quorum does not in itself constitute a violation. That's absolutely correct. But once an email is sent to all the members of the body, and it included this, that was my concern. That's why I said what I did. And I want to make that clear because I am told by the members, I hear you tell the public that you want to be doing things the right way for the right reason. I reached out after this occurred and asked Councilor McKee to give me the information about our lawyer so I could talk to the lawyer and find out what happened. I didn't raise this at the meeting that night because I wanted to look into what happened in the hope that we could attribute this to a mistake. But instead tonight, the hole's been dug deeper, and you're telling me now that you're AG trained and you understand the process, and yet you would not work with me the following Monday when I asked you, tell me what went on, and the discussions were rebuffed. So I don't want anyone to think that the job I'm doing is not being done for any reason other than the right reason. I wanted to inform the members of the body and work with the members of the body by working with the individual member who had created this situation. I didn't send out any emails to other folks. I didn't send out an email to Councilor McKee other than give me this information so we can look at it. So I tried to get a discussion. This is my answer to your question about what's going on. The concern is mistakes can be made inadvertently, perhaps made intentionally, but you can't be sending out emails to the entire body prior to the meeting of this nature and then not be sharing any of it. None of this came up at the meeting on May 18th, and I'm happy after this meeting to give you all. I have a copy of the cover email, and then I have a copy of the 2 pages that show redlined, which is Microsoft Word, review, redline changes. And according to this email, these were sent to you on Friday. So if it wasn't redlined, the copy that was included in the package that I saw and didn't understand, and it prompted me to go look at the file, that copy wasn't redlined. So perhaps if we had just gone off that copy alone, I wouldn't be concerned about the fact that you would be influenced after hearing at the Monday night hearing that a lawyer drafted the changes, that you would be influenced by that statement and by these changes. So that's my concern here. And I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Mr. Timmons. Thank you, Mr. Timmons.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm addressing a question from Councilor DeBonner. I just want to make sure I've
Thank you,
answered
Mr.
it.
Timmons.
So the email itself is the violation, but what if no other members returned any email back? I'm confused still.
Well,
Okay.
that's what I wanted to explore and find out. So councils are shaking their head, but the problem with the emails,
Mr. Timmons, can I just stop for 1 second? Because what we're talking about, what happened that night was, Ms. McKee, I just want to make sure I understand, so I'm going to stop for 1 second.
Well,
Just if you
I'm
could.
answering a member's question.
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of
I
this.
should be allowed.
I really am.
Can I have a point of order so I can ask? Just let me talk for a second.
Oh, go ahead. Go
Thank
right
you very
ahead.
much.
You're the
Thank you very
president.
much. Thank you very much. So what I'm trying to say is that night you said you can't be talking to any lawyers. I don't believe anybody responded. I never even saw that email. So if she did put something through an email that was to the whole body and none of us responded back, that would be an open meeting law if we had responded back and had dialogue in that email.
All right, I didn't say that.
So what you
You're
said was there was an email that had red lines in it.
Misquoting what I said.
No, but you said there was an email that had red lines in it that went out to the full body.
I didn't say you can't talk to any lawyers. What Councilor McKee described was what's called an ex-parte contact. Those aren't a violation of the open meeting law. She did say correctly during her preliminary comments tonight, open meeting law governs when a quorum gets involved in a discussion. The talking to a lawyer, I don't agree with it. I wanted to have an opportunity to talk to the lawyer and find out what's going on, because that lawyer is clearly influencing how you're
Timmons-
dealing with things.
Mr. Timmons, I'm not
So-
knocking on you. I'm just asking for the audience to be quiet because they're talking behind you, so thank you. Go ahead.
So, you know, the talking to outside lawyers or consulting with people, that's not a problem. But then what's supposed to happen is when you come back in front of the body collectively, you're supposed to discuss what you've learned outside. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what the open meeting law is about.
So thank you very much. I think what we can do now is move on because what we're talking about is an email.
Delighted.
And I thank you, Mr. Timmons. And on that, does anybody else have any questions?
So what
Mr.
are,
Ash?
what are we voting on? What is this body voting on?
Well, why don't we let Mr. Ash, you all set? We have, oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Not necessarily a question, but, so the email, it looks like Counselor McKee sent an email on Thursday, May 14th, to Ms. Manning, our clerk, with versions of these ordinances with some red lines. And then the next morning, Ms. Manning sent them to all of us, just so everybody's clear at the exact transmittal, which I think, you know, I think that is what we would usually do when we're revising ordinances. I understand the, we don't usually send around, say, like the red line issues, the red line documents. But it's my understanding that as long as it goes to Jen first, or that wouldn't be a violation of the open meeting law.
Thank you. So, Mr. DeBona asked what the motion we were voting on. So the motion, if I could just take a minute, I will say, the 4 complaints that we have, we are addressing all 4 at the same time because they are all about the same thing. Based on my review of the complaints and the information presented, I have seen no evidence that a quorum deliberated outside the public meeting or council business as conducted in a manner that would violate or constitute an open meeting law violation. That's what we're voting on, Mr. DeBona. That said, I look forward to hearing, and we just talked already about your responses. In the conclusion, which is what I think Ms. Riley and I just want to see, I would be looking for an entertainment for a motion. So if you could repeat your motion.
So I'd like to make a motion to declare that this body finds that there is not a violation of the open meeting law and permission from President Mahoney to respond to the complainants and provide a copy to the Attorney General's office as required under the open meeting law.
Okay, so we had that on record, just want to make sure we had it on record, and we had a second by Counselor Ryan, and I believe Counselor McKee also had her hand up, so I'm going to go back to Counselor McKee before we vote.
So I actually didn't realize that I had sent around the red line version, and anyway, but my intention was to ensure that everything that I was doing, because I am not a lawyer, the ordinances were correct. But what I'm responding to, this response that I just read to the OML complaints, are the actual complaints that we were given. So I'm now again hearing more from Solicitor Timmons, but none of that was in the complaints. So my response is to the complaints, and I believe, those are the ones that are going to the AG's office, and so I think I would support responding to those complaints.
Okay, and then on the email that was sent, I'm just going to repeat what Counselor Ashton, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the emails went to Jen Manning and then were sent out to all of us. That is how we are able to get things out to people. So that is not also, I just want to make sure that we understand, that is not a violation of open meeting law. I appreciate Mr. Timmons explaining that he saw an email that had red lines in it, but it has nothing to do with that. We have a motion on the table. There is a second, and I'd like a roll call vote.
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Yes. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Riley. Yes. Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yin. Yes. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 3.
2026-093, an appropriation for $2,935 for year-end transfers.
Sorry.
Good evening, councilors. How are you?
Good.
So This order here is year-end transfers. What we do in municipal finance at the end of the year, we'll look for any line items or budgets that have a deficit in them, and then look for surpluses and other budgets to offset those deficits. This is a really important tool that DLS gives municipal finance to cover any deficits that would be labeled illegal deficits at the end of the year. And these transfers directly affect our free cash calculation dollar for dollar. And so
So with that, does anybody have any questions in regards to Counselor Ryan? Counselor Ryan.
Mr. Delabarbera, there was just two transfers from that I had a question on. The first one was police personnel services. I also noticed that in 2025, there was a similar transfer out of $725,000. I mean, there seems to be a trend. Last year, it was $725,000. This year, it's $700,000. Is that normal?
well, I think you might see a trend, but it's coincidence.
It's coincidence?
Right. I believe last year the police department moved some money out of their personnel lines into contractual to buy a police cruiser or something like that. So there was money moving around there.
Okay.
No, I don't see a trend there.
Okay, all right, well, I'll take a look next year and see what happens next year,
Okay.
too. All right, the other item that I have a question on is Veterans Personnel Services. In 2025, there was 88,000 moved out. This year is 80,000. And we received some feedback from some residents with regards to cutting some funds from these services. So I just want to see whether or not, I understand that you do have to balance the funds that are in a deficit, but Veterans Personnel Services are very important. So is this going to happen again next year? I mean, I'm sure you
I
don't have a crystal ball, but.
I believe the breakage in this personnel services line was created from a vacant position or somebody leaving throughout the year, which created that.
That surplus?
Correct.
Okay.
It was an admin secretary position, and I think there was some breakage in the salary wage temp line. Currently. Yeah.
All right, because we did receive some negative feedback from, so, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else that would like to speak? I actually have a question. We have a motion to approve by Counselor DeBona. If you could give me a second. So this is just a question that I had. And first, I want to start, before I even have that question, I want to start by, when I was looking at the city's transfers over the history of the last 4 years, there were some positive observations worth noting. In fiscal year 23, the transfers were $6.8 million. In fiscal year 24, the transfers were $8.9 million. In fiscal year 25, the transfers were $2.6 million. In fiscal year 26, we're back up to $2.9 million. The transfer activity has decreased significantly from where the city was just 2 years ago, and that suggests improvement in budgeting. But I also just wanted to make a note of the Federal Insurance Contribution Acts. The payroll tax, that's a payroll tax that funds Social Security and Medicare. The city is required to pay an employer share of these payroll taxes for employees because FICA is calculated as a percentage of the payroll. When payroll costs increase, FICA costs also increase. Examples of this would be overtime, wage increases, contract settlements, retro pay, leave buybacks, retirement payouts, additional staffing. And this is the transfer history for this. In fiscal year 23, it was $272,628. In fiscal year 24, it was $220,000. In fiscal year 25, it was $488,131. And in fiscal year 26, it's gone up to $700,000. This is not a discretionary expense. It's directly tied to payroll costs. When we're seeing recurring transfers into FICA, it makes an indication that actual personnel costs are exceeding the assumptions during the budget development. So I just guess I have a question as to why has the city required FICA transfers in each of the last 4 fiscal years? what specifically has caused the increase from approximately 488,000 in fiscal year 25 to 700,000 in fiscal year 26? Is the increase attributable to overtime, wage increases, contract settlements, leave buybacks, staffing changes? Don't know if you have the answers, but just curious.
None answers to all of that, like
Yeah.
what is the actual driver of that, but I could say that the budgeting of this line item has been, flat. It's been level funded for at least the last 3 years, I believe.
Yeah. So this goes back, although I did say that we're doing better in budgeting, but this goes back to one of those things that this is really driven by the employees that we have in the city. And if we're under budgeting that means that if it's been flat for the last 3 years, we're not taking into consideration all of the employees we're putting on the payroll. So that's something that we need to look a little closer at. I'm not saying that it's an indicator that it's going up every year. And it shouldn't be something that goes up every year. We should be able to do a head count and be able to know what those percentages that should be taken out, and we're not doing that. So that is a concern that I have, and I'm flagging that concern, and I see Chris Walker writing it down. So it tends to it indicates that payroll assumptions should be revisited during the future budget plannings, and it would be more appropriate to adjust an annual FICA budget to reflect actual historical experience rather than addressing these in shortfalls through fiscal year end transfers. So I just wanted to raise that as a real concern. And the other area that I'd like to just talk about quickly, and I think this is something too that is part of our budgeting that I want to make sure we understand. And this is the fire personnel services. So the history for that in fiscal year 23, we had 2.295 million transferred. In fiscal year 24, it was 4.104 million transfers. In fiscal year 2025, it was $770,000 in transfers. And in fiscal year 26, it's 1.1. Now, this is not meant to be a criticism to the fire department, and I'm sure it will be turned into that. But the fire department operates under a 24-hour shift schedule with minimum staffing requirements, vacation coverage, sick leave coverage, training requirements, and emergency response obligations. Many communities operate with a similar schedule and recognize these costs are structural rather than unexpected. So my question is if this is a recurring transfer primarily because of the staffing model, how much is attributable to the overtime, minimal staffing requirements, or coverage that are needed? Have other communities implemented, and no other communities, I personally know other communities have implemented relief factors for staffing factors for overtime and stabilization accounts to improve the predictability. And our budget is not accurate reflecting the true operating costs providing fire service under the current staffing model. So this is really a year after year recurring costs that we have to transfer at the end of the year. And it's telling us that our budget should be more closely reflecting our operating costs. So I just want to flag that as well, because it is something, I did talk to, when the chief was up, I was actually asking this question too. So it is a year over year thing. So does anybody else have any questions? Because those were mine. No. Yeah, we have Councilor DeBona made the motion to approve. Councilor Yuan, are you seconding it? Okay. Do you want a second before we make the comment? Councilor Yuen's going to second it. That's good, Councilor DeBona and Councilor Yuen. And on the motion, Councilor Yuen. Thank you.
So I can make a comment now also.
Yeah.
Just follow up with President Mahoney's comment, the budget should be more reflect the reality. Otherwise, if a department say, okay, we just keep the total number the same, but the line item just can money shifting around, and then it's no meaning to have those line items. That become just the number holding. And so that's just the recommendation, for budgeting, each department should budget each line item more closely reflect the reality, especially compare the historic spending. So, and then you, at the end, you don't need some the overtime, both police department and the fire department, the overtime always over the budget. So if like that, why when you budget it, you not budget more reflect to the realities? That's just my question. Otherwise, every year at the end, you have to transfer money in.
Well, the fire chief and the police chief as department heads have a lot of discretion on what goes into their budgets. We ask them, municipal finance, when preparing a budget, we'll reach out to them and say, does this number look right? Does this feel good? And they say, "Well, we can get by with that. That number could work." So, that is a recommendation that I will take. And when budget season rolls around, again, for FY '28, it's crazy FY '28, but, we will sit down and work with both chiefs and all department heads throughout the city closely to, really dial in a number for overtime. And if that number is higher, we're going to come and we'll ask for more money. And we'll say, we looked at a 5-year average and this is closer to the 5-year average. And
Okay.
Thank you. I just say, because according to historic data, every year they end the budget, the overtime for 1 million or 2 million. That's a huge number. So why not according to the realistic spending, like budget more close to realistic, so resident can know what's really spent from the budget. Otherwise, they see, okay, the overtime only 1 million, but actually at the end you spend like a 2.5 million. So that's not good for resident taxpayers to see clearly the picture.
Thank you, Councilor Yuan. So I'm going to just say, I'll just close this up before we go to the vote. Like the transfers are usually a meaningful management tool. So I do recognize that, Mr. Delabarber. I think what you're hearing is that at the same time, recurring patterns in accounts such as the fire personnel services, FICA, and municipal finance personnel services, it's just part of the forecasting. So one of the other things I don't think we have here, and I'll add, it's not going to stop me from voting to do this, but I think what's helpful in the package is also seeing the breakdown of where the transfers are coming from. Because that's an important part of this equation, is understanding not only what departments need the transfers, but also where we're actually cobbling together transfers, because you're at the end of the year, and this is part of the financing. That's so much fun, isn't it? It's the end of the year when you're trying to close out the year. But it is a tool. I just want to make sure everybody in the council knows that this is a tool that they're able to use at the end of the year. And the goal isn't to have a ton of money left over at the end of the year, but enough. But the goal is to have enough money to be able to cover those things. And my guess is, I'm going to, because I know I do this monthly, expenses being looked at monthly, correct?
excuse me?
Expenses throughout all the departments are probably being looked at monthly, I would assume.
Of course, we're running year-to-date actuals.
Yeah, but you're looking at it monthly. I mean, I'm doubting
course.
that you're starting in month 9. You're probably doing so. So with that, we have a motion by Mr. DeBona and a second by Council Yuan. So can we have a roll call vote on this transfer?
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Riley. Yes. Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yuan. Yes. President Mahoney.
Yes.
8 members.
Moving on to item number 4.
2026-094, an appropriation for $97,603 to Parks Department Personal Services from Community Preservation Fund Administration.
Councilor Riley.
So we are actually going to have to push this off. One of the things that our Madam Auditor does as part of her due diligence is to make sure that these accounts that are being transferred from have the sufficient funds, and this one does not. So we're going to bring this back on Wednesday evening with probably another transfer to make up the difference. And so we're going to push this one off.
Okay. So that's item number 4 is being held off until Wednesday night, correct? Do I need a motion for that? Okay.
Number 5?
Number 5.
2026-095, an appropriation for $2,509,261.50 to community preservation, historic, and recreation projects.
Councilor Riley.
Yes, so we, the Community Preservation Committee met over the last several months, reviewed a number of projects. These are the projects that they agreed to fund. They pretty much funded everything. Everyone went through their due diligence, and it is the recommendation of that body to approve these appropriations for this cycle.
Is that made in a motion?
Yes, please.
So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second by Councilor Ash. On the motion, does anybody have any questions? Councilor Jacobs first.
Yes, sorry. On the second page, there's one that's in bold. It's letter O. Can we, why is it boldened? What's going on there? It's for $500,000.
Where is it, though? Where's? Is it on the second?
Is this one copy?
I don't know. I get so many copies.
It's in your packet.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, it's that housing authority one.
It is the Housing Authority. There was a legal question on whether that was an appropriate use of community preservation. Everyone was in favor of the project, but there was a concern that it might not fall into it. We did get a revised legal opinion with rewording the application, and it is now suitable for community preservation funding.
Yeah, I can't support that one. So I don't know how we, so does that mean I have to just vote no on the whole thing? Or? Okay. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Madam President. I would just want to thank Deb Riley and the Community Preservation for funding these projects. I think they're vital with the city. I see on here, which is huge, is number 4, affordable housing. I know serving prior to Councilor Riley that it was always very hard to get an application for affordable housing, and it looks like 600,000 is going to NeighborWorks Housing Solutions in Germantown, Townhouse Project, which they've done a lot of great projects over the years. I want to thank the Community Preservation for having the wisdom to move that forward. There's a lot of other great projects in here. The one I see also is City of Quincy Veteran Services Cemetery Headstone Rehabilitation Project. That's huge. I really like that in the historical preservation. All these are really good. There's another one for Tree Alliance. There's a spring 2026 tree planting. I know the folks out there will be very happy with that. The House Neck Garden Club, revitalization of the Brill Field at Monument of Veterans of All Wars and Conflicts, Seaside Gardens. And I see that we're continuing to do the restoration efforts at Manat Lake, the natural resources. I know Councilor Jacobs and myself have been advocating for that for years, and into fruition to get the proper funding for those type of things. Restoration efforts at Faxon Field, which are huge. So I think these are spreading out across the city, which I really like. I see them in all wards as an at-large counselor. And then Mr. Albina's granite building ADA walkways and rail car preservation is huge. So thank you for coming up to today and talking about that. Al's been a great CPC guy that's been advocating for these type of projects for many, many years. So there's a lot of other projects in here that are great, and I thank you for taking your time and the due diligence of all the members on the CPC to get these and move these forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor DeBona.
Oh, and the dog amenities project, you can't forget about that one, which is huge. And by the way, I was very supportive of the animal shelter, been on the council for a very long time, so anything that near and dear to Susan's heart with animals. So they've been great. They've been great. So thank you.
All set.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilor Riley, I'm going to ask, I know you made a motion to approve the whole thing, but because Councilor Jacobs is not in favor of one of them, can we go line by line?
Certainly, be happy to.
So we're going to withdraw the first motion.
I don't seem to have the one with the one that is in
Section by
question.
section by section, so.
I have so much.
Not line by
paper.
line, section. Do you want
Okay,
to? I can give them mine.
okay. So a motion to approve.
Hold on for a second.
Excuse me, point
Sorry.
of order.
Point of order.
I do have a question regarding that. Because the committee did recommend this in favor, I
You'd rather have.
hesitate against going line by line
Okay.
because it was a recommendation of the whole.
I think that's fine.
Let's tell you.
All right. So with that, then Councilor Jacobs, you'll have to vote no for all of
We could bring
it.
it back if need be, right, as a one-off. So I guess in order to make it a little bit easier, if it's okay, can we just do a motion to approve all of those under the Historic Preservation Fund 4902. You need me to name every one of them off?
Hold on for a second. So the clerk is saying that because you voted as a motion as a body, we have to motion that we can't go through line by line. So Council Jacobs will have to vote no for all of it. That's okay. So we'll just go back to the original motion, if you could, to approve. That's what you were saying, right? Yep. Okay.
As presented.
Motion approved as presented, seconded by Councilor Ash. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs. Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yin. President Mahoney.
Yes.
7 members.
Moving on to item number 6.
2026-096.
I'm sorry. Councilor Jacobs has his hand up.
Sorry.
I guess this is more for the clerk, but can we just have it reflected that it was just for line item O in the meeting minutes? Yeah, all right, thank you, sorry.
Okay. Moving on. Did you do it?
Number 6, 2026-096, an appropriation for $950,000 to traffic, parking, alarm and lighting, personal services for reserve for appropriation, park and receipts.
So this is just another FY '26 year end. I guess you could call it housekeeping item. Is in the budget. The offset it was voted in last year for $950,000. We're here before you with the council order now that will move that $950,000, which is a personnel services line offset. And I ask you to vote yes.
So, motion approved by Councilor Ash. Do we have a second? Second by Councilor DeBona. On the motion, does anybody have any questions? Roll call vote.
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yin. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving on.
Number 7, 2026-097, an appropriation for $371,871 to the tourism for hotel motel tax tourism.
Councilor Riley. You're on,
Make a motion to approve.
motion to approve. Seconded by Councilor Yuen. And on the motion, does anybody have any questions? So can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yuen. Yes. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving on to item number 8.
2026-098, an appropriation for $300,000 to Parks Department capital expenditure for tree offset.
Looking around, do we have a motion? Motion to approve, Councilor Ash, do we have a second? Seconded by Councilor DeBona on the motion. Seeing none? Oh, sorry, we have one. Councilor McKee.
I just have a question about this. Is this, can you talk about what this is? And it says it's coming from hotel motel tax and going to open space, and it's just for trees, is that?
No.
It's in the contractual services line offset. So if you go back and look at the park department budget, there's I'll call it a bucket of expenses within contractual services. This is a $300,000 offset there to offset any one of those expenditure lines. It reduces the bottom line by $300,000, more or less.
Any other questions, Councilor McKee? No. So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions? With that, can we have a roll call vote?
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Hughley. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee. Yes. Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yuen. Yes. President Mahoney.
Yes.
9 members.
Moving on.
Number 9, 2026-099, an appropriation Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, setting the limits of what may be expended in FY 2027 for the department revolving accounts.
Mr. Del Barber, do you have any?
Yes, just I just want to point out or bring to your attention that there is a revolving account on this list that I would like to strike. It would be the Furnaceburg Golf Course revolving account. You can see that. It's 3 up from the bottom on page 2.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions in regards to that? What is the reason for, sorry, I didn't open the mic for you. What was the reason for that change?
Talking to the commissioner, Commissioner Murphy, it was the general fund. It's self-supporting within the general fund. It does not require having a revolving fund at this time.
Can we have a motion to approve? And we had Councilor McGee had a question. Councilor McGee?
Sorry, I just want to make sure that can you walk through just generally what these revolving, is this similar to what we were just talking about or something different?
It's different.
Okay.
So if we take a look at, well, these funds are supported by fees generated by whatever activity is happening in that department. For instance, in the park department, there's a recreational revolving fund. And, you know, a lot of the activities that go on through rec, such as basketball or something else, come with a fee. So the department's allowed to collect all these fees for all the participants and then keep it in this revolving fund, which they could use to offset some expenses within that department as per their permissions on this matrix. So it's great.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All set. So we have a motion and it was seconded. Do we have any other questions? Okay, roll call vote.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley. Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan. President Mahoney.
Yes.
7 members.
Moving on to item number 10.
2026-100, Order Quincy Housing Authority Board Appointees Process Review.
Mr. Jacobs.
Yes, good evening. So I'll just read the order here. It's order number 2026-100. Ordered that the mayor or their designee appear before the Oversight Committee at its meeting. It says scheduled for June 17th, but that's going to be changed to, we say June 22nd. So we're going to have to change that. 2026 at, and I think we said, is that going to be at 6 o'clock? We'll have to come up with a time change. To provide information, documentation regarding the appointments submitted to the Quincy City Council under order numbers 2026-40 and 2026-41 for service on the Quincy Housing Board. Whereas on February 23rd, 2026, the mayor submitted the following appointments to the Quincy City Council. Number 40, the appointment of Timothy Baker, 54 Ocean Street, to serve as the mayor's at-large representative on the Housing Authority Board for a 5-year term effective February 2nd, 2026 through the first Monday of February 2031. And order number 41, the appointment of John Del Carly, of 170 Copeland Street, to serve as the tenant representative on the Quincy Housing Authority Board for a 5-year term effective on February 2nd, 2026 through the 1st in February in 2031. Whereas the members of the Quincy City Council requested additional information regarding the qualification, experience, prior service, and interest of the nominees in continuing to serve on the Quincy Housing Authority Board. And whereas the members in the Quincy, of the City Council also requested information regarding procedures followed in making the appointments, including compliance with provisions of the Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 5, governing housing authority appointments. And whereas consideration of the appointment was postponed to allow time for to additional information to be gathered and provided by the City Council. And whereas the City Council has not yet received any of that information requested concerning the nominees and appointment process. And whereas the Massachusetts General Law 121B, Section 5 establishes procedures for governing the appointment of the tenant representative to the local housing authority boards, including notice requirements to recognize tenant organizations and opportunities for those organizations to submit candidates for consideration. And whereas the Quincy City Council has an interest in ensuring that the appointment to municipal boards and commissions are conducted in accordance with the applicable law and that sufficient information is available to permit informed consideration of nominees. And whereas the Oversight Committee is charged with reviewing matters related to the administration of city government and promoting transparency and accountability in municipal operations, now therefore I be it ordered that the mayor or their designee appear before the Oversight Committee and provide the following information. Number one, the number of prior terms served by Timothy Baker and John Del Carli on the Quincy Housing Authority Board. Number two, copies of resumes, statements of qualifications, letters of interest, or similar materials submitted by either nominee in connection with those appointments. Number three, information concerning each nominee's prior service on the board, including accomplishments, initiatives, or projects undertaken during their previous term, and any goals they have identified for future service. Document number four, documentation identifying tenant organizations that were entitled to receive notice by Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 5. Number five, copies of notices provided to recognize citywide, project-wide tenant organizations regarding the expiration of the tenant representative position. Number six, documentation demonstrating when such notices were issued and the manner in which they were provided. Number seven, copies of any candidate lists, nominations, recommendation, correspondence, or other submissions received from the tenant organization regarding the tenant representative appointment. Number eight, information concerning process used by the administration to review candidates and select the nominees to the city council. And number nine, any additional correspondence and materials relied upon by the administration in making the appointments submitted under orders 40 and 41. Be it further ordered that the purpose of this hearing shall be to review the appointment process utilized for the housing authority appointments, to receive information previously requested by the city council to better understand the administration's compliance and with Massachusetts laws, Chapter 121B, Section 5, and to promote transparency and public confidence in the appointment of members of the Quincy Housing Board. And I just want to say about this has been going on for quite some time. On Sunday, March 15th at 5 a.m., I know Chris, is Chris still here? Chris, I know you only get texts from me at 4 o'clock in the morning, so I apologize. That's when I get out of bed. And you often reply, which is good. Chris, I wrote to you, who's the labor representative on the housing board? Also, according to 121B of Mass General Law, the mayor is supposed to reach out to tenant groups, and each of the groups can submit 2 to 5 names. The mayor can choose whoever he wants if no list is put forward, but the administration is required to let the tenants know 90 days prior to the expiration of the tenant representative's term. Did the administration do this? And then I said after that, after some research, the labor person looks like Brian Clifford, but I never got a response to that. Sorry. And then on April 10th, I sent you an email. I'm sorry, April 8th. Chris, I was hoping you might have an update on Quincy Housing Board members. And then you responded on the 10th, hi, yes, I think we'll plan on bringing them back to the council on the 27th. I assume that's April. I owe you, I think, tenant recommendation letters, and I'll have them invited to the meeting. And so we haven't had any of that information, and I was really just hoping this information would be provided and we'd never have to have this committee hearing, but it looks like we're going to have this committee hearing. So do you have that information now?
Through you, Madam President, not with me at the moment. We'll certainly review the order and return with a response.
Okay. And again, we have to change the date on that to June 22nd, because that was, so just let me know. I think it's at 6 p.m. Is that what we said, at 6 p.m.? Yeah, 6 p.m. Let's do 6, yeah.
We need to pass and refer to, do you have a motion to pass and refer to oversight?
Yes.
Okay, and do we have a second? Second by Councilor Riley. Anybody on the motion? Councilor Yuen?
And through you, President, Council President, I have question to Mr. Walker. I already sent an email to you, ask what's the administration's standard practice when they submit a board appointment to city council for confirmation. Specifically, what kind of information and documentation about this appointed should be submitted to city council for review prior for the confirmation vote? So you didn't give me the clear answer, so I'm asking now, what's the city's standard practice?
Through you, Madam President, that's entirely contingent on the body, and what the body requests from the administration. Yeah.
Pardon? Specifically, what information and documentation about this appointees should be submitted to city council for the confirmation vote?
Again, that is, the council's the confirming body. That is up to the council to determine what information it requires to make an affirmative or negative confirmation.
So,
Counselor Jacobs?
yeah, so I'm sorry. So I guess what I'm saying, and I guess was what Councilor Yuan is trying to say too, we've been having this conversation since February.
Yeah, and I understand.
What's happening?
No, I understand that, and it's a timing, it's a scheduling, it's ultimately, from a practical standpoint, those members serve until their appointee.
Yeah, but they're kind of.
Successor is appointed, it's not, and I think I acknowledged in the email that, occasionally you lose track of these things, and they come back up, you've raised it again, and we'll provide the information.
Because
These are volunteer boards,
it's not volunteer,
they get a little stipend.
$600 a month,
Stipend.
which I had to basically file a FOIA to find that out, which I think is ridiculous, but. I'm just going to continue. So one of the reasons I'm bringing this up is because, I represent a lot of folks who live in public housing down in Germantown. And I got a call a couple of weeks ago, and I know that we spoke on that day about tree removal. And, the residents down there just don't feel heard at all. Even to this day, like the fence along the seawall is still got gaping holes in it. And it's not like the wall is up high. The wall is level with the surface. So kids could just run right off the wall into like 10 feet of water, right? So there was, also when I went down there was no safety, there was no nothing. OSHA would have had a field day. And the people down there just don't feel heard. And that's one of the things I'm going to bring up in my next thing, sorry.
That's good. So we have a motion and we have a second. Does anybody else have any questions? Counselor Riley?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think it opens up a good dialogue about the appointment of boards and committees and commissions in general. I think people serve for decades and often feel that there is nobody else interested in doing some of these jobs. So I hope that we can create more of a general dialogue about how these boards, committees, and commission appointees happen, when their expiration is, and some of them are dictated like this, maybe, by laws that are, the same with the CPC, there's ordinances and things. Some of them are more, a little more loose and have less authority. But, so it's my hope that we can move this into oversight and have a more robust discussion about appointments.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. You ready to move to roll call vote? Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee. Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuan. Yes. President Mahoney.
Yes.
7 members.
Moving on to item number 11.
2026-101, a resolve Quincy Housing Authority Board tenant representation.
Counselor Jacobs. Your mic is on.
Yes, again, order number 2026-101, ordered whereas Chapter 121B, Section 5 of the Massachusetts General Law establishes the composition of the local housing authority boards and provides that in a city, 4 members of the housing authority will be appointed by the mayor, subject to confirmation by the council, with 1 member representing organized labor and 1 member serving as a tenant representative. Whereas the Quincy Housing Authority provides housing and services to a diverse population of residents throughout the city of Quincy, whereas the residents of the Quincy Housing Authority are primarily comprised of 2 different distinct populations, elderly disabled and residents living in senior housing developments and families residing in family housing developments, whereas these populations often face different challenges, priorities, and concerns regarding housing, maintenance, accessibility, safety, community programming, and quality of life, whereas meaningful representation from both family housing residents and elderly housing residents provide valuable firsthand knowledge and perspective that can assist the Quincy Housing Authority Board in making informed decisions that affect all residents, whereas healthy discussion, thoughtful deliberation, and effective governance are strengthened when the board reflects the diversity of the residents that it serves, and whereas while Chapter 121B, Section 5 requires the appointment of at least 1 tenant representative, nothing in the statute prohibits the appointment of an additional qualified tenant to serve on the board through one of the otherwise unrestricted at-large appointments. Now therefore be resolved that the Quincy City Council recognizes the importance of tenant representation on the Quincy Housing Authority Board and encourages the appointment of individuals who reflect the diverse housing population served by the authority. And be it further resolved that the city of Quincy the city council expresses its support for ensuring that both family housing residents and elderly housing residents have meaningful voice in governance and oversight of the housing authority. And be it further resolved that the Quincy City Council respectfully encourages the mayor, when making appointments to the Quincy Housing Authority Board, to consider appointing qualified tenant representatives from both family housing and elderly housing communities whenever practicable and consistent with state law. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to the mayor of Quincy, the Quincy Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, and the executive director of the Quincy Housing Authority.
So made a motion?
So I'd like to make a motion to, put it into oversight as well.
So- To approve and move into oversight.
Yep.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, to approve and to move into oversight. Do I have a second? Second by Counselor Ryan. On the motion, does anybody have questions? Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan. Counselor Yuan. President Mahoney.
Yes.
8 members.
Moving on to item number 12.
Item number 12, 2026-102, a gift for $14,525 from various donors to Deer Camp.
Motion to approve by Counselor DeBona, second by Counselor Riley. On the motion? Roll call vote?
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee. Counselor Riley. Counselor Ryan. Yes. Counselor Yuan. President Mahoney.
Yes.
7 members.
So now we're moving on to the approval of previous minutes from April 27th, 2026. Motion by Counselor Riley, seconded by Counselor Ryan. We're going to do an all those in favor for this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So the ayes have it. Okay, communications and reports from the mayor, city officers, city boards, clerks, traffics.
Thank you. We do have one traffic to refer to Ordinance Committee for Advertising, Ward 6, Counselor Riley, at handicap parking at 15 Walker Street.
Excellent. Okay, moving on to unfinished business and proceeding meetings. Counselor McKee. Hold on a second. Okay,
So we're going to do a little bit different.
that's reports of committees.
Oh, gosh, okay. Sorry.
It's okay, it's coming up.
Never mind.
Okay, so there's no unfinished business and proceeding minutes, so we're going to move on to reports of committees. Council McKee, would you like to kick it off?
Yes, I think. So we'll just do this a little bit differently, the traffic. So we'll go first to just take them out of committee, to just vote to take them out of committee. I think we can just probably do.
So a motion to take it out of committee?
Motion to take all, can I do them all at once? All the traffic ordinances out of committee.
Second by Councilor Riley. Are we doing all those in favor? How about we do a roll call vote, because people at home can't hear us, so roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
Yes.
Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley. Counselor Ryan. Counselor Yuen. President Mahoney.
Yes.
Okay, so now the council clerk very kindly organized these by ward. So I'll go through one by one. And then if the ward counselor who's responsible for it can just do like a one-sentence description, then we can go through and vote on each one. Counselor Ash, can we start with you for Ward 2? 2026-069, this is to add 2 stop signs on Germain Avenue at Commonwealth Ave, creating a 4-way stop. Did you have anything to add to that?
No, it's just a request that came in from a few of the neighbors in my ever ongoing battle to combat the congestion in the neighborhoods surrounding Clifford Marshall. So I'm hoping that helps with some of the speeding at pickup drop off and help with some of the congestion over there as well.
Would you like to make a motion to?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 2026-069. Traffic, add 2 stop signs on Germain Ave at Commonwealth Ave, creating a 4-way stop.
Motion to approve by Councilor Ash, second by Councilor McKee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next one, 2026-082, add stop sign on Alton Road southbound intersecting with Nickel Street.
Yes, this is on Alton Road in the Penns Hill neighborhood. It intersects with Nickel Street. There's a lot of children that play in this area. All the properties abut Faxon Park. Up the top of the hill, there's a lot of children that play outside at night, a lot of young families. Having an additional stop sign would help with the traffic and obviously create the need for those cars to stop while the kids are outside and not continue over through that corner without doing so. So I would like to make a motion to approve 2026-082, add stop sign on Alton Road, southbound intersecting with Nichols Street.
Motion by Councilor Ash, second by Councilor McKee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimously approved.
Next one, 2026-088, add handicap parking at 121 Martinson. This is for Counselor Ash.
Yes, I actually don't have any background on that. That came in through the traffic department. However, I will say Martinson Street is in large part a senior population, over 55, Quincy housing. And I see, I did drive by the property to look and see exactly which home it was. I see no issue with that. And if traffic sent it up to us, they've obviously vetted that application as well. So I'd make a motion to approve 2026-082, add handicap parking at 121 Martinson Street.
Motion by Councilor Ash, second by Councilor McKee.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimously passes. Moving on.
2026-089, this is also Counselor Ash, no parking on the even-numbered side of Phipps and School Street, et cetera.
Yes, this is actually next to St. John's Church. I do not believe there's a sign going in, but nothing will actually change with respect to the existing parking rules and regulations. Essentially, this is the bottom of Phipps Street. We're right next to St. John's Church, across from the 2 buildings, 25 and 45 School Street. All of the curb cuts next to St. John's, if anyone's familiar with the church, if you're looking at the front of the church, to the right is the parking lot. All of the curb cuts on Phipps Street, that creates essentially no room for cars to park there anyway. There's just a few that when it's very congested, try to squeeze in and create quite an issue in the morning with respect to being close to both the intersection and also opposite a lot of the driveways there and the bottom section of Phipps Street. So make a motion to approve that ordinance to add no parking signs. I believe it's 325 feet from School Street on Phipps Street. Thank you.
Motion approved by Counsel Ash, seconded by Counsel McKee. On the motion, not saying anything. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And the ayes have it. Moving on.
Okay, so we actually will just skip Ward 3 with Counselor Hughley. Ward 4, 2026-071, add no parking on the even side of Malvesti Way from Forest Ave to 70 feet southwest of Forest Ave.
Yes, this was requested by Joe Valenti. Can you tell me which ones were Basically, what's happening is there are some cars that are parking
one side of the street, and it's preventing emergency vehicles from making the accurate cut to get to specific addresses. There's like 3 streets that converge. So the request for approval for 2026-71, traffic, add no parking on the even side of Malvesti Way from Forest Avenue to 70 feet southwest of Forest Avenue.
Motion by Counsel Ryan, seconded by Counsel Riley. I'm sorry, Counsel McKee. On the motion, any questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I guess I can I don't actually know what these are, but if we're okay, then we can just get them done.
Yep.
So I'll do the Ward 3 ones. 2026-070 is to add 2 stop signs on Lincoln Ave at Winthrop Ave, creating a 4-way stop. I make a motion to approve this.
Motion by Counsel Riley, motion by McKee, Counsel McKee, seconded by Counsel Riley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
2026-083, add stop sign on Barham Avenue northbound intersecting with Hilma Street. Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Counsel McKee, seconded by Counsel Riley. Anything on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
2026-090, add handicap parking at 64 Hobart Street. Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Counsel McKee, seconded by Counsel Riley. On the motion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Moving on.
Okay, now we move on to Ward 6. 2026-072, add handicap parking at 82 Glover Avenue.
Yeah, this is,
Sorry.
the handicap parking requests are vetted by the traffic department. They make sure that people provide a copy of their placard and whatever medical documentation they may need. So I make a motion to approve this.
Motion by Counsel Riley, seconded by Counsel McKee. On the motion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
2026-091, add no parking on the odd-numbered side of Vane Street, Billings Road to the dead end.
Yeah, this is a small dead-end street near, in the Norfolk Downs area. They have consistent problems with people parking on both sides, such that people cannot pull out of their driveway, but more importantly, emergency vehicles, and the trash trucks are not able to pass through there. So the traffic engineer made the determination that it would be best to restrict parking on the odd-numbered side.
Motion by
Motion to
Counsel-
approve, please.
Motion to approve by Counsel Riley, seconded by Counsel McKee. On the motion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
And then there's something that I would like everyone to take a vote on to take out of Rules Committee 2026-084, an order amending the council rules 24 and 25 about meetings notice, so kind of updating things so that it's not like everything by paper and horse-drawn carriage and stuff, so electronically. So I make a motion to take it out of Rules Committee first.
Motion to take out of Rules Committee. Do I have a second? Second by Counsel Riley. Any questions on the motion?
So I'm making a motion, 2026-084, to accept and pass the order.
Okay, we have a motion to accept and pass the order, second by Counsel Riley. On the motion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Are you all set? Was that, there's a utility. Utilities, we're moving on to utilities. So no utilities? No utilities. No utilities. Reports of committees for Public Works. This is listed, but is there something for Public Works?
No, that was it.
Okay. And do we have any updates from ordinance, any meetings? Because ordinance is listed, so ordinance. Moving on to Councilor McKee.
So I'd like to schedule an ordinance committee meeting for June 22nd.
That's coming, those are reports of committee, so we're still in reports of committee, so just
I
want
am
to
all
make sure.
turned around, okay.
So you don't have any reports from ordinance, correct? No, okay.
No.
So moving on to finance.
So
Sorry.
the Finance Committee, we had ordered 2026-7, establishing fiscal safeguards, reserve protections, and financial transparency. This matter was reviewed in committee with a friendly amendment introduced by Councilor Yuen that required it to be notified. Clerk Manning had advised that this was advertised on May 7th in the Quincy Sun, so we can now take it out of committee and a vote for the council to approve. So I'd like to make a motion to move that out and
So a motion
favorable
to move it
recommendation.
out of committee. Do we have a second? Second by Councilor Jacobs on the motion to take it out of committee. Do I see none? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to Councilor Riley.
Okay. Do we need to approve that? That's it?
No, that's out of committee now.
Out of committee now, we need to, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to approve 2026-7.
Okay, we have a motion to approve 2026-7. Do I have a second? Councilor Ryan has a second on the motion. Seeing none, we're going to have a roll call vote on that.
Counselor Ash. Yes. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs. Yes. Counselor McKee.
Yes.
Counselor Riley.
Yes.
Counselor Ryan.
Yes.
Counselor Yuen.
Yes.
President Mahoney.
Yes.
8 members.
Okay, and on 2026-076, order for the ENC land acquisition, and 2026-077, the appropriation for the $22,500,000, we did not vote to bring that forward with a favorable recommendation, but I would like to vote to take it out of committee and a final vote so that we can dispose of this. And I personally would welcome any new orders or motions or anything we can do to bring this conversation forward again.
Okay, so we have a motion to take, I'm going to have to go back to the orders. Sorry. 76 and 77 will be out of committee. Do we have a second? Council Ash has a second. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that is now out of committee.
Okay, so we probably have to do each of these separately. 2026-076, I'd like to make a motion to, what am I motioning for?
Vote.
Deny, motion to deny.
Motion to deny, okay.
Uh,
That's fine.
I
So
don't know what
motion
the
to deny, do I have a second?
This is from the stuff we did earlier with the NC.
Can we just ask one?
So we're voting to deny the acquisition.
Yeah.
It's my intention to dispose of this matter,
You can
and
request that it be removed from the calendar.
So. Oh. Probably.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Council Ash, seconded by Council DeBona. Thank you, Council Ash. All right, on the motion.
just in committee.
You have a question on the motion? Okay. Councilor DeBona on the motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a lot of, maybe the viewers didn't fully understand, this is the ENC vote that's coming out of committee for the finance. We deliberated quite a bit. I got a lot of feedback from the city, from the residents of the city. We had a little open forum after the vote. One person really struck me. I'm going to say her name because I have worked with her over the years on the opposite side, Maria Mulligan. She came up and she was almost crying. And it told me a lot about how she felt about the property. And Maria, I've gotten 1,000 emails from her over the years, most of them, some of them negative, against things. And she was for this tonight. So it told me a lot about what I call is the crossover. There were some people that were against some of the approvals for certain things over the years that were actually for this one. I don't want to say other names, but there was a crossover of some of the people that were against other projects in the city that were actually for this ENC, Eastern Nazarene Campus acquisition. I just want to note that to the people, that a lot of people that might have been against other projects or other approvals of acquisitions of funding over the years were really for this. It kind of told me a lot about, and I had other people reach out to me that were against other things in the city, and they had the confidence of a new city council up here to make those better decisions, I guess I could say, the more oversight, the accountability, the transparency all of you have been talking about. I've been trying to sell this situation from the council level to all of you for a very long time. I never want to give up right and dictation from this body of government. That's why I continue to run as a counselor at large, because I feel it's very important to have another set of eyes or another set of views from the council level. That's why there is a checks and balances of the city. But what I saw with the different people that reached out to me over the course of the last 3 months, from Central Middle School all the way up to all the deliberations, all the open forums, that there was a crossover of people that were against a lot of things over the years that was for this. So if you wanted to gamble and actually went with something that actually gave us a lot of dictation and control, this would have been one of the ones to do. I just feel that we lost, as a council, you lost that opportunity. And I tried to pitch it from the council standpoint rather than from the administration or the mayor standpoint,
Thank you, Mayor.
that we could be part of this. So
Thank you, Councilor DeMona.
I'm going to be voting yes for this, for the ENC acquisition. Thank you.
Councilor Riley.
I'll withdraw that motion, and if the administratively, the more proper thing to do is to just remove it from the calendar. What I don't want,
There's a motion from Councilor Ash to approve.
Okay.
And it was seconded.
Okay.
Councilor Jacobs.
Sorry, yes, I just want to add to those comments. Maria, I'll talk about Maria too. Very informative. She does her homework, that's for sure, and it was hard to, obviously watch her. Because unlike the administration and, unlike, she really had plans. Like, she had really detailed plans. I spoke with her through phone, I spoke with her on text message, she sent me emails, and we went back and forth. And, she, one thing she said was that this process was not collaborative. And if I take one thing from this whole ordeal, it's that it wasn't collaborative at all. There was almost no collaboration whatsoever. And I would say that's true about, honestly, just being on the city council the last 6 months, like how little collaboration there actually is between the city council and the administration. And I am shocked to know how little it is. And that's the real letdown here tonight is, the administration doesn't collaborate. And that's the message that people at home should really listen into. Because of their failure to collaborate, we missed out on this opportunity. So hopefully the administration will be more collaborative as we move forward.
Thank you,
That's
Councilor
it.
Jacobs. We have a motion on the floor to approve, a second by Councilor DeBona. Anything else on the motion? I'd like to move this to a vote. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash. Counselor DeBona.
Yes.
Counselor Jacobs.
No.
Counselor McKee. Counselor Riley. No. Counselor Ryan. Counselor Yuen. Counselor Mahoney.
No.
The order fails.
on 077, because I don't want to make the motion to approve. You can make the motion to approve.
Sure, the motion to approve.
077.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve 2026-077 appropriation, $22.5 million for Eastern Nazarene College land acquisition.
Thank you very much, Counselor Ash. We have a motion to approve, second by Counselor Bono. I'd like to move that to a roll call vote. Anything on the motion? I think we've said it all. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Ash.
Yes.
Counselor DeBona. Yes. Counselor Jacobs.
No.
Counselor McKee. No. Counselor Riley. No. Counselor Ryan. No. Counselor Yuen. President Mahoney.
No.
It doesn't pass.
Does that end your? Okay. So we have finance, ordinance, and public works all set. Presentations of petitions, memorials, and remonstrances. Counselor Ryan.
Bear with me for a moment. So I recently attended a celebration of life for a very good friend of mine. His name was George Valley, who passed away on June 3rd, 2026, the result of a long illness. He was born on October 6, 1954, in South Boston to the late George and Rosemary Valley, the second of 4 children. He moved to Quincy, Mass. In childhood and attended North Quincy High School and went on to work for the Gillette Company as a honer, machine operator for many years. And that's where I came to consider him a very good friend. George married his beloved wife, Gail, on October 6, 1984, his 30th birthday. They had 2 daughters, Caitlin and Alexandra, and made a home in Quincy with wonderful friends and neighbors. Later, he would welcome his sons-in-law, Ryan and Damian, happy to embrace new family members. His granddaughters brought him so much joy in his later years. He adored his family. He had many hobbies and interests. He collected antique books, was an accomplished blues guitarist, and loved movies and reading. He loved the outdoors as a younger man and loved to go camping with his lifelong friends and family in the woods of Vermont. His bookshelves were stuffed with classic novels and books about music, films, the sea, and history. He truly loved visits with his cherished siblings and was always happy to chat or watch a movie with them. So George is survived by his wife of 42 years, Gail, his daughters Caitlin Valley and her husband Damian Sula Menashe, and Alexandra Hawes and her husband Ryan, his granddaughters Lyra and Summer, his sister Maureen Giordano, his brother Chris Valley, and his wife Bridget. George was an incredibly smart, funny, and kind man. We will miss him. Relatives and friends are respectfully invited. Well, that's for the funeral, for the wake. But I just want to let you know that George Valley was diagnosed with multiple myeloma at the age of 48. He was allowed to live 23 years with modern medicine and a lot of medical trials. So that's when he passed away a week ago. 23 years. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to remember Jonathan Emerson Twining, who taught environmental science at Eastern Nazarene for many years. Professor Twining passed away on Friday, May 29th, after a series of health challenges following a heart transplant in February 2025. I was lucky to have gotten to know Jonathan a bit over the years. He gamely showed up at local environmental events with his coterie of critters and patiently and joyfully talked about them with visitors young and old. I was also inspired by his online posts of snakebite rescues and tree plantings he helped support in Kenya, and by his gorgeous nature photography. Since his passing, his Facebook feed has been full of heartfelt remembrances from his students, colleagues, and collaborators around the world, and I wanted to share some of them. They paint a picture of a very compassionate soul. Thank you for teaching me, for widening my horizons and opening my eyes to a beautiful world I was barely paying attention to. He taught me far more than science. He taught me wonder, gratitude, perseverance, and the importance of caring deeply about God's creation and the people around us. To be loved by him was to be fought for, I am the person I am, and I have loved and cared for the lives I have, not because I have to, but because Prof taught me that they all had value and worth, and that they deserved love simply because they existed. Prof. Jonathan, you taught us that fear can be replaced by knowledge, that a snake deserves understanding before judgment, and that every life, human or snake, is worth protecting. As the founder of Snake Community Action Now in Kenya, he dedicated his life to educating communities about snakes. Providing snake bite prevention, ensuring that people received life-saving treatment when they needed it most. Okay. So when your professor teaches you about the trees, the water, and the earth, you cannot go anywhere or see anything without remembering something he said. Our thoughts are with his wife, Julie, and son, Jonathan.
Anybody else for motions or petitions?
Thank you, Madam President. Donald Jackson died on May 20th, 2026 at the age of 70. Don adored his family, especially his boys, Scott and Craig. Scott is, of course, in the audience, our beloved Quincy Sun reporter. They loved traveling together, taking cruises to Bermuda and exploring New England. He enjoyed going to the beach, bird watching, and feeding the birds and fishing with his boys. Don was a great cook and enjoyed listening to music and watching old war movies. When his boys were younger, he coached Quincy youth hockey and was a den master for the Boy Scouts. Don was a happy-go-lucky man who will be deeply missed, reads his obituary. Beloved husband of Teresa Ford Jackson of Quincy, cherished father of Scott Jackson of Quincy, and the late Craig Jackson, who passed earlier this spring. Loving brother of Paul Jackson, retired QPD, and his wife Diane of Quincy, and the late Sandra Ames, Kenny Jackson, Bobby Jackson, Diane Smith Dickinson, and Bruce Jackson, survived by many nieces and nephews. And his cat Hazel is also notably mentioned in the obituary, which means I'm sure that she was very special. Certainly my condolences. It's the second large loss for the Jackson family in this spring. To Scott and Teresa, a celebration of life is this Saturday, June 20th, 2026, Quincy Point Kong at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Moving on to Councilor Jacobs. Councilor Jacobs.
I have a memorial for Sue Chan of Quincy. It's State Representative Tacky Chan's mother, 80 years old, passed away peacefully on June 5th, 2026, surrounded by love and friends of her family in her home. Sue was born to her father, Ho, and mother, Lam, in Canton, in China, on October 14th, 1945, as stated on her birth certificate, though she was actually born in 1944. The family resettled from Canton to Hong Kong in 1950 during the Chinese Civil War. She was a graduate of Pu'ai Middle School and in 1967 received her degree in nursing from Alice Ho Mu Ling Nethersal Hospital in Hong Kong. She was a Hong Kong licensed midwife and registered nurse and later served as a nurse at the New England Medical Center, currently known as Tufts, for 35 years. Sue met Lapman Chan in Hong Kong and began a romance that lasted over 20 years across 3 countries. She immigrated to Canada and worked as a nurse there before arriving in Boston. Sue and Lapman married on July 25, 1970 in Boston and resided on Mount Vernon Street. In 1973, they became homeowners for the first time, 246 South Street in South Quincy, and started raising their family, 2 sons. In 1977, the family moved to their current residence at 66 Meadowbrook Road in Wollaston. When Lapman was diagnosed with colon cancer in 1987, Sue was steadfast and personally cared for him until his passing on February 10, 1989. Sue's retirement was rich in activity, community, and adventure. She returned to New England Medical Center to work as a translator and formed the cancer group with Dr. Elaine Choi, who visited Quincy's elder care facilities and patients' homes. Listening to their stories, sharing her personal hope, she organized holiday and birthday parties, ran errands for those who could not, and shared the gospel of Jesus Christ. She was a founding member of the Quincy Chinese Church of the Nazarene. For nearly a decade, she worked on Election Day as a city Quincy poll worker. In 2013, Quincy Asian Resources recognized her devotion to the community with the Jean Lee Unsung Hero Award. In her spare time, Sue was an avid traveler, sightseeing with her friends inside and outside of the United States, visits to Canada, China, Australia, Israel, Egypt, Italy, Monaco, Greece, Hawaii, Alaska, Florida, South Dakota, New Mexico, California, and more. All of these trips, her most memorable vacation was in November of 2012 with her sons and daughter-in-law and grandchild in Thailand, Hong Kong, and Maui. In May of 2012, she again returned to New England Medical Center when she was diagnosed with terminal stage 4 cell lung cancer. She spent 14 years at the hospital she worked at, undergoing multiple treatments and hospitalizations. Despite having a fatal disease with no hope of remission, she never lost her desire to live, both relying on and reciprocating the love and friends and family that she had found in her faith. My life is governed by God, not through any other means, and not even influenced by the doctor. Sue is survived by her brother, Dr. Michael Ho, and his wife, Ellen of Toronto, and a brother, David, and his wife of China. He also 2 children, Rocky Chan and State Representative Taki Chan. Just as an aside, I do want to say that I have known the Chans for many years. I met Taki in 2009 and worked on his campaign when he was running for state rep. It was a very interesting time. Mrs. Chan was there every day in our kitchen on the map, highlighting the streets that we walked down and the people we talked to. And I do remember when Taki won the election, we had the after party over at Five Spices, which was over at 1250 Hancock Street. And I just remember how proud she was. You know, Taki, for those of you who don't know, is the first elected Asian state representative in Massachusetts, not the last. But what a proud moment, and what a true life that the Chans have lived here, emigrating here, raising their family here, and to raise a preacher and a politician. What is more American than that, right? So I just hope that we can keep Mrs. Chan in our thoughts and prayers. I did attend her services, and you know, it was she looked like she was going on a trip, and just I think the way she would have wanted. So
Thank you very much. Do we have any other, Councilor DeBona? Councilor DeBona.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a heavy heart and condolences to Helene, Betsy McDonough's family, formerly of South Boston, a longtime resident of Squantum. She passed away peacefully on June 4th, surrounded by a loving family. She was the daughter of the late John Ross and Helen Sullivan Ross, and beloved sister of Dennis Ross and his wife Louise, and the late Jack Ross and his wife Margaret. Raised in South Boston, Betsy graduated from Cardinal Cushing High School with the class of 1957, and then she came over to Squantum. Betsy was the beloved life of the late Paul McDonough, devoted mother of Paul McDonough, his wife Deidre, Brendan McDonough, Timothy McDonough, and the late Jack McDonough. She was the loving grandmother of Emily McDonough, Aaron Bergen, and her husband Josh, Kelly McDonough, and Maggie McDonough, big McDonough family, as well as her cherished great-grandmother of Brooks Bergen. She was also deeply loved by her many cousins, nieces, nephews, and whose fellowship and devotion stayed here with her throughout her life. Squantum held a special place in Betsy's heart. A proud resident for many years, she loved her community and friendships she made there. She was a longtime parishioner of the Star of the Sea Church and a member of the Seaside Gardeners, and enjoyed countless days at Orchard Beach and along the shoreline she called home. Betsy loved gardening, karaoke, bowling, cooking, and the fan of all New England sports teams. Above all, her greatest joy was her family. Betsy will remember warmth, kindness, deep faith, and unwavering devotion to family. Her presence has comfort and joy to all who knew her. She had her wake and funeral just past week, June 11th. So please keep her, the McDonough family in your thoughts and prayers. I'd also like to, another person unfortunately passed away at the age of 94 was Marie Russo. She's a lifelong resident, died peacefully June 11th in the comfort and home, surrounded by her family. Marie was born in Quincy to the late Augusto and Esquiti Quintiliani DeBona. Raised and educated here, she graduated from Quincy High School class of 1950. She was a graduate of the Chandler School for Women in Boston. Often referred to as the woman of style, Marie pursued a career in retail and fashion industry. She was a longtime employee of the former Lord & Taylor in the South Shore Plaza in Braintree, which brings back a lot of memories. Hired when the store opened in 1979, she worked tirelessly for 36 years, retiring from the age of 84. Her employment at Lord & Taylor, where she met many friendships, brought her immense joy and satisfaction. She was known for her vibrant personality and accessible customer service. She was a woman of great faith and a nurturing soul, and had a lifelong parishioner of St. John the Baptist Church in Quincy. She shared 73 beautiful years of marriage with her devoted husband, Dick. Together, they built a home filled in love and laughter. They raised their 5 children. Marie was truly a heart of her home and her family, and one everyone turned to. Her kitchen was always filled with warmth and good conversation and comforting aroma of her cooking. More than a wife, she was a best friend. Marie was intelligent with great sense of humor, very independent, kind, strong, and happiest when surrounded by her family. Her good business sense and knack for finance was an asset in helping her manage her family business, the Lincoln Granite Company, which she co-owned with her late husband, Dick. She will be sadly missed, yet her spirit will continue to guide all those who know her. Beloved wife of the late Dick Russo and her love of life, devoted mother of Lynn DeAndre and her husband, Jim, Wayne Russo, and his wife, Debbie, Charlene Blumum, and partner, Paul Beston, Rick Russo, and Annette Russo. Adoring grandmother of Leah, Danielle, Derek, and Scott, and cherished great-grandmother of Haley, Alea, Anthony, and Dylan. Loving sister of Benjamin DeBona and late Luis DeBona, and her dear cousin of Maria DeBona. She will have her wake this Tuesday, June 16th, which is tomorrow, 4 to 7. And then it's at the Sweeney Brothers on One Independence. And the funeral mass is celebrated on Wednesday, June 17th. Please keep the Russo family in your thoughts and prayers. With that, is there anybody else that's going to entertain anything else? I'd also like to just add that this past Saturday was a nice Flag Day parade here in Quincy. I just want to thank everybody involved with the Flag Day committee. It was a beautiful weather night. We had no rain, which we've had in past, and the fireworks were phenomenal. I thank everybody. It's a great day for families and friends to come out, and we had such a big crowd at the parade this past weekend. So kudos to everyone that was there. I know some other counselors, a lot of different people, a lot of nonprofits and sports organizations and bands, and just want to say thank you for everything and keeping the tradition going, because we might be a city of 103,000 people, but it felt like a really small town field out there. Just being around people. Thank you.
I believe that ends the petitions, memorials, remonstrances, motions for orders and resolutions. Seeing none, moving on to upcoming meetings. We have Wednesday, we're just finishing up Mondays tonight. Wednesday, June 17th, we'll start our meeting with 7:30 and move right into finance. And that's a special council meeting on Wednesday night. And moving on to June 22nd, will be a special council meeting as well. We're going to start at 6 o'clock that night with oversight. Right? That's Mr. Jacobs.
Oversight, yep.
Yep.
And we're going to hear 2026-56. Sorry. We're going to hear 2026-56, resolve Council on Aging Department Head Theft and Federal Charges. And we're going to hear we're going to hear 2026 100. We'll talk about that, and we'll 2026 101.
Okay, thank you very much. And then we're going to also have an ordinance committee meeting. Councilor McKee? Do you have the number?
Yes, so an ordinance committee meeting, I guess we'll do at 6:30.
I think it's probably be closer to 7:30, but that's okay.
Oh, 7?
7:30. We're going to start the special, we'll figure out the times afterwards, but we're going to start at 6, go into oversight. He's got 3 things for oversight. And our special city council meeting will start at 7:30, and we'll move right back into oversight, ordinance at 7:35.
Okay, all right. And then Can we do rules before, since it's not a full committee meeting, can we do that at like 6:45 or something like that? We just, Counselor Yuen has been waiting very patiently to do the transparency order about posting information ahead of time.
Why don't we do that after your, we'll see how it goes. We'll do it after your ordinance meeting. It can be a little bit later because we have to get time to get through the oversight or the ordinance piece. We'll put the time together. So we have a special meeting on June 22nd. We have 3 oversight issues, 1 ordinance and 1 rules. We'll work with Jen to get those all taken care of.
Okay.
Anything else? How about a motion to adjourn? Motion adjourned by Councilor Riley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
See you Wednesday.